matter for this particular session, and just to make sure that we can actually be able to look at that adequately. So that's how we'll be planning. But for now, I think let me have this opportunity to make sure that we are able to just look at some of these things that we were able to prepare yesterday. That is the log frames that we were able to work with yesterday. So that let's me be able to see what you are able to have from yesterday. So I think we can actually be able to look at that, and that will be quite okay to make sure that we are able to look at that. So let me just see if can we start with I think we can start with Charles, and then we can go to Nazia. So let me see if I can enable sharing so that Charles can take us through what he was able to prepare. And then after that, we can be able
yeah.
Okay, so just let me just do that. Okay, good. I think I've enabled. I've been able to enable sharing. So yeah. Charles, you can just share your screen, and let's just have a look at the log frame.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm using an iPad.
Okay.
No, let me first try. If I fail, then I'll send to you. I was trying to send it to you so that you see. It's like it will go. Let me get it. It will go. I've not shared before, but just a moment.
Okay.
Steve, just a suggestion, actually. Charles has a point. Should we just both send your log frames and you can share from your side?
Okay. If you guys are not able to share from your end, you can just send it.
That's
I can open it up.
I think that's actually better. Let us just email it to you, and then we can go through Charles and we can go through mine.
That's what I was trying to. That's what I was suggesting.
Then just send it to me so that I can be able to open them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then thank you. Hello, I've sent mine. Hello.
Hello, Nazi, have you managed to send?
Sorry.
Yes,
Hello?
Charles. Yes, Stephen, I've sent it to you.
Oh, okay. I've
Just give
received
it a
one
while.
from Charles.
Okay, just refresh it. It should be on its way.
So, do you mean Mombasa is far than South Sudan?
No. I'm actually in Nairobi, Stephen.
Oh, you actually.
Yeah, but no, it should come. It should come.
Okay.
Have you got it yet? I just replied to the email you sent us yesterday.
Okay. I don't know. It's taking time to reflect. Yeah, finally, I have it.
It's come?
I have it now.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
It's come. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure you can see it now.
Yeah. I'm seeing mine.
Okay.
Yes.
Take us through, and I think you're very good with colors, eh?
Yeah, I tried it. You know, the other one, Sen, was like image form, so I could not write on it. I decided to create this one. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
But don't take me serious on colors. I could be wrong. Nazia should be the expert.
It's
I can say
okay.
whether you
Honestly,
have done the right color
I'm
matching.
just,
yeah, no,
I'm just,
honestly, I love color. It's just for this activity, I said, no, let me just keep it serious.
Okay.
okay. Yeah.
Okay, you
Now,
can take us through then.
yes, thank you. The color is just to highlight the different areas. So, you are all welcome. Now, my work is a bit bulky. We may be touching point here and there. The work I put here, are we together?
Yes, we are together.
Yes. The work I put here is
Okay.
one of our proposal that we tried to write around the beginning of the year when schools were closed and now people were planning to open school, and there was fear of how teachers and the learners could stay in school. Then we said, fine, we need also to support school so that they open and operate safely with not much risk of entry of this virus in school, spread, and so on. So
Okay.
indeed, we went on the ground, yes. That is the impact. So the goal is basically to support the Ministry of Education. What you see as MOG is the Ministry of General Education and Instruction, in ensuring safe access to inclusive and equitable education and so on. But the point is the safe opening and operation of school from COVID-19. That is our goal. We are supporting that. Then two,
just while there,
yes.
Sometimes when it comes to description of the results,
Yes.
it is always also good to make sure that they are smart. So I probably feel that
Smart. Okay.
that goal is quite long. It needs to be a bit specific. So you
Smart,
might
yes.
want to be able to adjust that. I believe
Okay.
the details that are coming after through safe opening and return to schools without much risk of entry spread. I think it might not be very important to get into the details of that, because remember, when you come to the outcomes, some of these things will be captured. So you do not necessarily have to be able to mention them in the goal. Otherwise, it becomes very hard to be able to measure the goal or impact.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's one of the adjustments you can note for that. So you
noting,
can carry on. So I don't take us now to the indicators.
Yeah, the indicators, impact, I had some challenge of measuring it very well, but what I'll put here is that number of schools that opens and operate with less risk of entry and spread of this COVID-19 in school. And I said, we will verify this after the implementation of the project through final evaluation report. And the risk I was seeing here is challenge of getting funding to implement this. Because if we fail to get the funds, then we'll not be able to implement. And the assumption is that,
just hold on there. Just hold on there. Now, we are looking at ensuring we are contributing our efforts towards the effort of the ministry in ensuring safe access to inclusive and equitable quality education for all. So what are some of the things that can drive the issue of safe access and equitable quality education for all? So I'm seeing there are two aspects that you're trying to, there are two variables there that you need to be able to measure. There's the issue of safe access, which you have been able to capture that indicator when talking about the number of schools that are able to open that are COVID-19 safe, and I think that's one of the indicators. that you'll be able to measure. But now also, if you're looking at equitable education, equitable quality education for all, then you are missing an indicator to measure that.
Yeah.
Not unless you're going to remove equitable quality education for all, but if you're also going to, if you're also working towards equitable quality education, then we need to have an indicator to measure that.
I think I get your point.
You get my point, eh?
I get your point. We will have to adjust because we want to stick on issue of COVID-19 and I've got that point clear. It's okay.
Okay. Then just before we get to important risks and assumptions, I think also in regards to the means of verification, yes, it's good to be able to verify that through the final evaluation report. But remember, if you're talking about the number of schools that open, remember you will be having either a tracking tool, a monitoring tool that you'll be using to keep how many schools open probably per term or per year. So you might want also to check on maybe the quarterly, monthly report, or the quarterly report or the monthly report. I think you might need to be able to have another source that actually basically gives you an update on the number of schools that are able to open, so that even as you come towards the final evaluation report, it will be very easy for you to track how many schools have been able to open over the period. Eh?
Yeah, it's also clear.
So that's something we can also add on the means of verification. Eh?
It's okay, yeah. I've noted.
Yeah.
And then part of risk and assumption.
Okay. You can go to important risks and assumptions.
Yeah, I was saying one of the risks I was looking at was the issue of funding. So this is our own proposal. There was no funding yet, and we had the fear and the uncertainty that we may not have the funding, and if we fail to get, then it will affect the implementation of the project. And I was saying, yeah, that could be a risk. And then on the side of assumption, we said the school community and authority will receive and support the program. Sometimes we come up with the program, then people don't see the value, they are not ready to support. Given that when we go down, we will be using teachers, and these teachers will not be paying them. So if they are not ready to take the extra responsibility, again, it may affect the overall implementation of the project, because at the end, the whole idea is the program has to be left in their hand. Yeah. So that is what I put under risk and assumption. Yeah. Now, can I go to outcome? Yes.
Yes, now you can go to outcomes.
Yeah. To outcome also, we were thinking like this. Now, to achieve this safe access to opening of school and operation, we needed the people in the school, that is the teachers, the school management committee, and the learners themselves, to have the knowledge of the spread, the prevention, and the control of this. And so by that we say one of the outcomes is to have increased awareness on the prevention and control of COVID-19 among this. That is one outcome we thought of. And then two, I said we have to improve access to IPC. IPC, let me define it. My slide is moving. Hello?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. you know, I had forgotten you're reading from my screen, so I was trying to scroll through. Yeah. Continue, please.
Yeah. So outcome number two is to have access to IPC. IPC is infection prevention and control of the disease. And WAS, NFI is non-food item, is a term used in WAS. actually is supposed to be material that are non-food items. These are items that should be used in the preventive measures that need to be practiced within school, like hand washing material. We need water, we need mask and so on. They need to have access to those things for them to also protect themselves. Then finally, the school should be able to prevent and control the entry and the spread of COVID-19 among teachers. Later on, I need you to also, this number 3, I thought for long, but I ended putting it up there. I don't know whether it fit well. So under indicators, I have this, that for outcome 1 is level of knowledge of teachers and on the control and the preventive measures. Then for number 2 is availability of basic IPC or WAS facility in school. Then for number 3 is school capacity to detect, prevent, and control the entry and spread of the disease in school. Those are the indicators we'll be looking at. And now under means of verification, I brought here, but I agree with you. Actually, that continuous monitoring is a good idea, should have even come here. I put here midterm evaluation report. Yeah. Usually it is good to continue tracking them. Then it's also midterm, but I think the continuous report, like monthly, quarterly, it should have also come within here. Then the rest is made.
Okay, so failure to get funding, and then assumption also remains the same. Okay, so I think that so towards the what we have there on the goal and the outcomes seems to be okay. Maybe I'll be able to look at the outputs and the activities and see. Then just let me also mention.
Now, somehow I lost you and my screen also disappeared.
Oh yeah. I think there was some fluctuation, so that's the reason why. Yeah, it happened as such. But then again,
I have a copy here. If we can go through, it's okay.
Okay. So what I was saying.
Yes.
I don't want you to go through the outputs and the activities because I'm also trying to manage time. But so far on the goal or impact and outcomes, I think we have basically been able to note what are some of the improvements that actually need to be done through that. So what I was suggesting is that I'll also try to go through the outputs and activities and maybe just recommend some of the things that you actually need to change. But I think the concept for the log frame seems to be very clear for you. So there's no big issue with what you have actually done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, yes, it's okay. Now, when you are going through, I need you to compare my output and activity because I had challenge with coming with activity is somehow okay, but now getting indicator for activity, there seems to be almost the same with the output. You will comment later when you rate it. Actually, I had some challenges down there, but it's okay. When you go through, you'll get something for you to comment on.
Okay. So not a problem. I'll check specifically on that so that I can also get some time just to show what we have on Nazia's end. But I think I like the fact that the concept for the logical framework seems to be quite clear for you. Just issues of specificity here and there that you might just need to be able to specify. So that's good. That's good, Charles, and some good work. Some good work.
Thank you.
And this is something that will make your work easier in terms of even trying to prepare a proposal. So this is something that would actually be able to work out well in terms of preparation of the proposal as well. Okay, so let me just see. Okay, so let me shift now attention to Nazis. Nazia, I hope you are ready to take us through.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, Charles, great job. I like your use of color. I like the fact that you also made it education oriented, so it was closer to home for me. Okay, so Steve, please be nice. I didn't feel like I had a very easy time doing this. First things first, I wasn't too sure whether, you know, where it says goal or impact description, goal or impact indicators of achievement, are those directly correlated, or is it just, okay, maybe you can explain that after. So yeah, so now I understand. Guys, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you. We can hear you.
So I get now what you mean about being writing smartly, so trying to be as specific as possible. So I think even over here my goal or impact is a bit long.
Yeah, to train girls and other members of the Shu village community with new and simple techniques of vegetable production and agricultural productivity for income generation and sustainable livelihoods. Yeah, that one you might need to be able to adjust.
Okay.
So that you can actually be able to just frame it in terms of a smart statement.
Okay, so ideally, Stephen, how many words are we looking at per sentence?
No, but there is no, we don't intend to limit people on words.
Okay.
What we want to be able to make sure that people address is that your statement is specific. It can be measurable, because you see the next thing is indicators of achievement. So you need to have a statement that is easy to tell what are the variables of measure. Then again, it needs to be accurate. Then it needs to be realistic. It's something that can be achieved. And we always also insist that it also needs to be time bound. So that's one of the other things that we always want to make sure that we can achieve in some of these results statements.
Okay, so ideally for me, our biggest indicators of achievement would show, so ideally to carry out the sustainable farming program at the school level and at the community level, we'd like to see the quality and quantity of vegetables and trees growing. And then, for example, in one of our outcomes, we want to enable the Kenya Kesho School for Girls and the community acquire practical skills in farming. So ideally for that, we'd want an expert in farming or an experienced farmer to teach us. Therefore, when the community decides now to sell the vegetables, we'd be able to gauge the achievement level looking at the sales at every month of veggies. Does that make sense to you guys?
Okay, so Charles.
Yes. Yeah, I'm getting
what inputs can you make here?
Yeah, from input, I would like to begin from the goal. I don't know, like the goal seems to be sounding more of action now. The is sounding of more of an activity. So I was thinking there is a reason why you need to train these girls and other members. There is a problem you are solving. There is a problem not mentioned. So when you are stating a goal, you need to state it against that problem, improving that problem you are trying to solve. Yes.
I think the goal should always come out from the problem, and that's where we will normally try to capture the goal, so that we can make sure that we are actually able to, first of all, understand the problem.
So gentlemen, for example, where it says for income generation and sustainable livelihoods, does that not clearly indicate the problem?
Income generation and
sustainable livelihoods,
meaning there is a problem with the livelihood of these people.
The sustainability, yes, and the poverty factor, hence the income generation.
The poverty factor is there. What you are trying to address is something related to poverty, and lack of income generation activity.
So would you feel like it would be, so is that what you're saying, that I should have actually put for income generation due to the poverty level, and sustainable livelihoods due to unsustainable practices?
Maybe something to do with improving. Improving the livelihood.
Improving the livelihoods of girls.
Then this will be activity of improving those kind of.
Because now when you describe to train the girls and other members, that's an activity.
I see where you guys are coming from. So ideally that should come under activities whereby we have obtained an experienced farmer that work on existing greenhouses, then planting of trees and vegetables, then provide at least one nutritious meal. So the training should come under activity.
It will come down, maybe, most likely under activity to me anyway. Then this is my input that is under goal. Now on indicators, of course, when this goal here is not is stated well, it's difficult to come up with indicators. The quality of vegetable and the trees. Now what I would say here is the indicator here is also should be stated in terms of how you will measure the change of livelihood, because you are trying to improve the livelihood of these people by this one here. But what will tell you that the livelihood of these people have improved? What do you need to see?
Maybe for that, Charles, I think if they're growing good quality vegetables, and that means their health is also improving because of the because now they're eating more nutritious meals. Does that make sense?
More of that. Maybe the number of meals they eat has changed. Could be they were eating once a day, now they are eating twice a day, and the cases of malnutrition has also gone down, and their income per day, like, there is income people measure also. Like in a month, how much do you earn? Somebody may be earning 1,000 in a month and is spending 2,000 in a month, but you need to pick from there. After you have introduced this, has their income increased? You also go and ask, now from this, how much do you get, like, in a month? Then you compare with the previous, and there you will see the change.
Okay, so I get you, Charles. Stephen,
sorry, I'm talking too much, Stephen. Let me stop there.
Charles, it's amazing. I'm learning so much. Honestly, I'm glad you even went first. Okay, Stephen, anything from your side?
Yes, and I think once we are able to do that, we will also need to be very, very specific on the indicators of achievement, because when we say quality of vegetables, what is that quality that we are going to be able to measure? So I'd rather we are able to have more specificity, because especially this is looking at income generation. Maybe it would be trying to measure the increase in household income or increase in their business income, I think that would be much better.
Yes.
Because when you talk about quality of vegetables, will actually be dependent on how much they are able to sell. So, and then again, I think if you want to really measure the quality of vegetables, then there's a better variable that you can use to be able to measure the quality of vegetables. Maybe this is the output that they are able to get from their farms, which can be easy to measure. Yeah.
Okay, so okay, then Stephen, let's just go to my important risk and assumptions. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know if it helped. I also put a risk, but I also tried to come up with a solution, or was that just overachieving?
So you've not, there isn't any risk or assumption you've put.
Okay, so let's say, for example, in the output, whereby we need the good education on farming practices with an experienced farmer, then our means of verification is amount and quality of lessons conducted by teacher and output of farming practices, okay? Then in our important risks, the farmers or teachers may seek alternative employment opportunities. So during the interview process, we should keep at least 3 top candidates for the job. So if our initial farmer or teacher decides to drop out, at least we have 2 other candidates for the job. Does that make sense or no?
Okay, so anyway, I think here, if you're looking at risks, you'll ideally be saying what is going to make this goal not to be achieved, what uncertainties face this goal. One of the things is probably if there's probably the issue of resistance from the community to take up this kind of training. That is something you expect when you're working with the community. If they are not able to uptake the training, that could be a risk as well. The other issue that you could also face here is also the issue of stability of the weather, because if they are not able to get some good weather in terms of the vegetable production, then that would also be an issue that would definitely be able to affect them. Then again, also the assumptions, of course, is you expect the community to be supportive. You probably expect to be able to work with the community leaders and to support the project, or government representatives to be able to support the project. Another assumption that would be there is maybe you also expect to be able to get funding from the donor as expected. So those are some of the things. You're basically just trying to look at what uncertainties or risks that face this particular goal or impact realization, or rather also what assumptions are able to face it. So you just address directly the goal and impact statement in terms of its uncertainties and assumptions.
So, and then Stephen, now the means of verification, how is that different from indicators of achievement?
Means of verification, basically, I think what you presented there was something that was not clear, because if you talk about the household income has improved, what are the data sources to give you that information? Of course, would be you'll be doing some monthly reports that will be collecting something like what is your, they will be keeping some log to show how much they are selling and how much they are able to make from that. So that's the means of verification is basically where will that data for those indicators come from?
Okay, so ideally in this kind of situation, Stephen, it will mostly be secondary data.
Yeah, it will be, it will not just be secondary data, it will be primary data, because remember, some of these indicators that you're measuring means that you will be collecting primary data from the farmers or the girls themselves.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I think I've got you guys.
I think also here you can also put the final evaluation, because I think for such a project you'll also need to do a final evaluation. So final evaluation will also become a good means of verification.
Final evaluation meaning?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that, Stephen? Final evaluation?
Okay. You are a good candidate for a monitoring and evaluation course.
Thank you. I ask a lot
questions.
of questions, but it's because I want to learn.
Yeah. So of course, for such projects, we normally recommend that apart from the monitoring that you will continuously do, it is always good to be able to make an assessment of this project, either at the mid-level. That's where you had earlier, Charles was talking about the midterm evaluation.
Yes.
Or you assess this project as well at the end of the project, which will be the final evaluation. So basically what we are saying when you talk about the final evaluation is the evaluation that is normally done at the end of the project. Most of these projects, you will need to be doing some evaluation at the end of the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so so the biggest thing I've got from both of you,
it's normally recommended
yes,
that these evaluations are done by an independent evaluator, so that we can always be able to confirm whether the results have actually been achieved. So this is more of monitoring and evaluation. Sorry, I know we are in proposal writing, but
yeah.
I think it's good to note that.
No problem, thanks. Okay, so Steve, Charles, the biggest thing I've gotten from you two is that whatever we're writing, whether it's description, outcomes, indicators of achievements, means of verification, you should always tie it directly to your goal or impact. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then be as specific as possible.
Yeah, be as specific as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Stephen, for my first time doing the log frame, what do I get out of 10?
Not a problem, you tried, because this being your first time and you've managed to produce this. Remember, myself and Charles, we have worked with log frames for quite a long time. So being able even to get this is quite some very good try. Eh?
Okay, thank you. So out of 10?
Yeah. No. Let me not give marks. Let me not give marks, because sometimes I'm a very strict. I'm a very strict teacher. So
no, that's good.
So
Steve.
normally,
that's good. That's how we learn.
Yeah, because I always want to make sure that people learn. So you've done a good try. Just maybe go through outcomes so that we can also try and check whether they are also making sense.
Okay, you want me to read them for you?
Levels? Yes, it's some explanation.
Okay, so our outcomes are to enable Kenyakesho girls, Kenyakesho School for Girls and the community to acquire vocational and practical skills in farming. And our other outcome is to enable girls and the Mshiu village community to become totally self-reliant and sustainable through farming.
So here we are looking at the short-term result, because what we have just put there, the goal is the long-term result that we expect. So this is something that is probably going to be achieved before we achieve the goal. And most of the times what we try to look at is also look at the key variable that we were trying to look at. And I remember we agreed that we need to be able to talk about the improvement of the livelihood of girls.
Yes.
So if you're looking at improving the livelihood for girls, then one of the things that you will be breaking here is probably how will livelihoods improve? first is through income generation. So the issue of income generation probably might need to be able to reflect here.
Yes.
And also the issue of and also the issue of sustainable livelihood in terms of ensuring that they are able to have, can we do? Charles, can you help me look for a term?
Yes. Yeah, generally, maybe if I'm to come in, when we're improving up here, the livelihood of these people,
Yes.
then as an outcome, we need those smaller results that should come out.
Yeah.
So that the livelihood of these people can improve. Now, number one, when you are training these people, the farmers should have the skills. The farmers should have the skill of raising this vegetable. Now, which means what you expect is the farmers have acquired the skill for
knowledge.
knowledge.
So
yes.
the issue of knowledge needs to come out quite clearly because it is knowledge. They're able to the improvement in knowledge and skills on vegetable production. That would be one of the critical successful outcomes that eventually leads to the increase of income or improvement or increase in income generation for these farmers that are taken through the training. And I think if you talk about the two, that is knowledge, improvement on new or improved techniques of vegetable production, that will be a significant output, and consequentially leading to also improvement of household income for the girls.
Okay, all right.
Then something to add also, if they are selling this, there should be market.
Yes,
if they are selling the vegetable, then there should be market, linkage to market.
Yeah,
they should be linked to market where they can go and sell this. Then if they're producing and there's no market, is another issue. So
those are the marketing part also needs to come
marketing
in,
part should come there. So that when you combine this, the skill of growing this, then the marketing, it can result into the income generation when they sell.
Okay.
Connected to their livelihood also.
All right. But now, guys, the marketing, will it really come in the outcomes, or it will come under indicators of achievement, really?
Okay.
No,
to me,
I think what we are emphasizing there for that variable for marketing is probably you can put it up increased marketing opportunities. So you'll be able to increase, for vegetable products.
Okay, I see now.
Increased market for vegetable products.
Okay, fine. Products. Okay.
So that will be very, very good.
Okay.
Now for outputs and activities, they are very easy to populate because once you list your activities, like for instance, when you're saying obtain experienced farmer or teachers, then of course is that increase in the number of experienced farmers or teachers. Then when you talk about working on existing greenhouses and plant new vegetables, I think these activities need to be listed in a better way so that they are complete. Because I know we'll be discussing about activities in a short while, but it's always good to make sure that the activities are very specific, because now when it comes to output, it's just basically we ask ourselves, if I do this activity, what is the expected deliverable? And that becomes an output.
Okay.
Now, at the outcome and the impact level is where you now focus on the change. What is the change? And that's why you're seeing we are taking time to reason and ask ourselves, what is the change that is likely to be expected once these activities take place?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So
guys.
sometimes it becomes
really
very, very easy to populate activities and outputs.
Okay. So thanks. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I think that makes sense a bit, because now from there, once you get your outcome statements quite clearly, as we say, is just you now look at what the indicators will be for those outcomes, what will be the means of verification for those outcomes, and then what will be the risks and assumptions for those outcomes as well.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So thank you. Fine. I think you've taken some notes somewhere.
Okay.
Yes, I've been writing the whole time you're speaking. I'm writing.
Okay.
So I'll also take some time and try and improve this log frame.
Improve it, and then I'll also expect you guys to send it back to me.
Okay, great.
Once you are able to improve it.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Because essentially we will use this concept as well to be able to work on today's afternoon activity.
Okay, so
okay. So I think that's good, and maybe let me put a pause there so that I also handle a session that I wanted to look at today on steps in proposal writing. And part of that session, I also wanted to introduce the concept, the whole concept about the concept paper, because a lot of the times you might not be asked to do a proposal. You might just be asked to do a concept paper. And I think it's very, very good to make sure that we are also able to look at that. So just allow me to switch back to that so that I can be able to look at that as well.
Yeah.
So I will address some of the specific steps in proposal writing in the afternoon session, where we will also be spending some time just to be able to look at how to actually develop a proposal, which is something that we will be ideally be looking at in the afternoon. So in terms of this, I just wanted to address, as you go through the steps of proposal writing, what are some of the key questions that are quite critical to make sure that you're able to answer so that it can actually become very, very easy to be able to write your proposal, and also use the same time just to explain the concept paper, which is also something that is also quite critical for us to be able to familiarize with. So let me just be able to look at that. Now, one of the things that we will be able to ask ourselves is that is it important to make sure that we are able to know and understand the donor before writing a proposal? Do you think it is important to make sure that you're able to understand your donor before you write your proposal?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. So you agree as well, Charles, that it's very, very important to make sure that you understand your donor before you write your proposal. So sometimes I tend to discourage people who want to be able to write proposals from because you have seen a call of proposal, and immediately you actually want to respond on that call for proposal, and it is something that we need to make sure that we are able to sort as much as possible. And it is important for us to make sure that we are able to know and understand the donor before writing the proposal. So it's very, very vital to make sure that we can actually be able to do that as much as possible. So one of the critical things that we've got to be able to say here is that, of course, we have very many donor agencies, almost 250,000 donor agencies in the world. And most of them have very specific criteria for what types of organizations they actually fund and what type of projects they actually fund. So it's always good to make sure that we can always be able to look at those types of organizations that they fund. And it is important to make sure that we are able to have that. Because, for example, if we have a proposal on land rights in Kenya, is actually sent to a donor who only funds maternal health projects, or a donor who only funds projects in Asia, then the proposal will automatically be rejected, no matter how great the proposal is. So it's always good you understand the donor to know what kind of projects do they like to fund, and what is the most crucial thing that they actually need to be able to understand if they are going to be able to fund you for the project. So therefore, conducting proper research is very, very important, just to be able to understand what the donor is trying to look for before you apply. And some of the things that you can consider when determining how when trying to determine what are the critical things that you should actually be able to look at, then you need to be able to check on some of those things and confirm that they've actually, what are their thematic area. Yeah, so you're able to look at what is their thematic area, what is their geographic range, what is the typical grant size that we are trying to look at, and also what is the type of support that we actually need to be able to look at. So these factors therefore become very, very important in terms of being able to prioritize which donors that we need to make sure that we are able to approach in terms of thematic area, in terms of geographic range, in terms of grant size, and also in terms of type of support that we actually want to be able to look at. Then again, also, we always advise, don't waste time sending out mass proposals, because if you're saying it is important to make sure you know and understand the donor, do you want to tell me that when you send mass proposals, you are sure that you know and understand all those donors? So a lot of the times that's where people get discouraged with proposal writing, because they are trying to target mass proposal sending, and sometimes it doesn't always work out well for them. So that's something that as much as possible, you should always be able to try and avoid as much as we can. Again, also, it's also good to make sure that they can actually be able to research the application guidelines for the donor. That is, ensure that you are able to find out if there is a format that the proposal must be able to follow, or there is a deadline for submission. So it's always good to make sure that you're able to research as much as possible and research your guidelines for the donor so that you're able to understand whether there is a format the proposal must be able to follow or a deadline that we actually need to be able to look for in terms of submission. And that really becomes quite important to be able to look at, and becomes a very critical thing. And so that really
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Okay, you are
Can
a bit fading, and yes, it's okay. It's okay now.
Okay. Yeah, so it's always good to make sure that you are able to research as much as possible so that you even get to understand whether there is a format. Now, again, also, there's something that people normally find themselves doing. That is, you have a proposal template and you want to be able to use it multiple times. And this is something that we will always try to discourage it as much as possible. And it is always good to make sure that we are able to look at how to not use the same proposal multiple times. And since the proposal is directly linked to the organization, the project, and the donor, again, also each proposal should actually be very unique as well. So there's nothing like you want to keep on repeating using the same template over and over again, because a lot of proposal writers and a lot of organizations make that mistake. And one of the things that you should always be able to realize is that every proposal should always be treated uniquely as it is. And it is perfectly reasonable to use the old proposal as a template or as a base from which to make edits and changes. But then again, these changes made should be very significant to make sure that this proposal actually changes from what it was to a totally new proposal. Again, also, it is also not recommended to plagiarize past proposals or to be able to send the same proposal out multiple times with just a few words changed. So it's not normally recommended to plagiarize your past proposals or send the same proposal out multiple times. So it's normally not a very recommended practice as much as possible. Sometimes even when seeking funds from different donors for the same project, it is also important to note that the donors will still have their own preferences and also their application procedures that each proposal should ideally be able to follow. So you'll always realize that sometimes the preferences might actually be able to match, and it is important that we actually need to be able to see that particular difference as much as possible. So it's very important to make sure that we, even if we will be looking for funds from different donors, it is important that we are able and so it's always good to make sure that that is something that we can always be able to look at when we are trying to put a proposal. Now, the other thing that also becomes important is how do you start writing a proposal? So do not start writing a proposal with just a blank page. We always recommend that prior to writing your proposal, then it is important to make sure that a lot of research will actually be done. So a lot of research definitely needs to be done, and that's how you need to make sure that you are able to write your proposal as much as possible. So it's very, very important to make sure that you do as much research. Then the research that you do should help you be able to identify problems, also help you come up with a solution to the problem, and also the steps in applying the solution, which will be maybe the objectives or the activities for being able to apply that particular solution. So it's important that research should help you be able to identify the problem, also identify the solution to the problem, and also the steps in applying for that solution also becomes very, very important. But again, also, it is important also to be able to research on the background of the problem. So that's something that is important also to be able to check that we are able to research on the background of the problem. We are also able to look at the specific location. We are also able to look at beneficiaries and similar programs that have been implemented before. All become very important pieces which should be at hand while drafting the proposal. So those are some of the things that we make sure we need to be able to do. So you research on the background of the problem. You also research on the specific location, the beneficiaries. What are some of the programs that have been implemented in some of these areas before you are able to draft your proposal. It actually becomes a very good standard to make sure that you are able to keep. And additionally, it's also good to have a list of potential donors that are interested in your proposal area, and the proposal should also be personalized too. So it's always good to make sure that you are able to understand some potential donors for some of your projects. Like a good question, have you guys been able to identify a list of potential donors that you know could be interested in what you do? Maybe we start with Charles and then Nazia. You can give me your experience on that.
Yeah, thank you. From my side, I do not have would not have much more list of donors.
Okay.
But locally in South Sudan, there are some donors that have pulled together. They put their funding together. Yeah. This is what is commonly helping the national NGOs within South Sudan. Then apart from that, the outside donors, we have not done so much on the outside donors. That's one of the reasons why I just wanted to also be part of this training and try to get linked to some outside donors. But within here, there are some, not few, not many, there are few, especially the UN agencies. Then there's what we call South Sudan Humanitarian Fund. That South Sudan Humanitarian Fund is a pool of funds that is donated by different big international organizations, but they put it together. Then you apply from one organization that is managing it called UN Orchard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what we have here.
Okay. It's always good to make sure that you can be able to identify some list of potential donors that you can actually be able to consider in case you want to be able to go for funding. And this is something that I normally encourage a lot of proposal writers. Please go, even check on donor databases. Just get to see, because some certain donor databases will be able to show you the donor and some of the areas of priority that they are able to work in. And it is always good to make sure that you can actually be able to understand what are some of those critical priorities that some of those donors are able to work with. And it becomes important to make sure that we are able to work with. And that really becomes quite critical to make sure that we can actually be able to look at that as much as possible. So that's something that is important to make sure that we are able to have, and it is something that it is very ideal to make sure that we are able to work with as much as possible. So it's very essential to make sure that we can be able to look at the list of potential donors that we are actually interested to be able to work with, and it therefore becomes quite important to make sure that we can actually be able to work with some of those potential donors that we have been able to identify. It is also good to go through internal documents on the project, that is the budgets or the marketing materials for the organization or for the NGO, which may actually be included in the proposal as well. So it's very good to make sure that we are able to go through the internal documents on the projects and the budgets or marketing materials for the NGO, which could actually be included in the proposal as expected. So that's something that we need to make sure that we are able to look at. So it's quite crucial that we can actually be able to understand what are some of the documents that we actually need to be able to work with in terms of the project, the budgets, or the marketing material for the NGO, which might be included in the proposal as well. Now, another thing also in these steps of proposal writing is to basically understand some of the critical roles that are involved in key stages of proposal writing. And before I look at that, maybe, I don't know, Nazi, are you able to tell us if you have some list of potential donors that you have identified that can actually be able to fund some of the projects that you actually do?
Okay, so I think for me, Stephen, it's more in a different direction. So for me, anybody I meet or any potential person I've done research on. So Charles, I don't know if this would help you, but I have a major Excel sheet. So I normally put the name, the organization, if I have a contact point, and then I'll either put feedback of the meeting or what the organization ultimately does. And then when we have different projects or different funds that we might require, it makes it easier for me to now look into my Excel sheet and then see who I can approach. So in a kind of way, yes, Stephen, I do have a list of potential donors because I keep track of everybody I meet so far, or any leads maybe the founders have given me. I just keep all of that on an Excel sheet.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good practice. Very good practice, because today you will identify a potential donor. Doesn't mean they will give you funds immediately, but the more you keep tracking with them, the more you keep developing that relationship with them, you'll eventually be able to see maybe in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time, they're able to give you funding. And that's why we normally encourage for people to be able to keep a list of potential donors. It doesn't mean that they will give you funds immediately, because one of the critical things that we are coming to emphasize in proposal writing is actually being able to build relationships with donors so that they can always be able to have your interests at hand anytime you want to be able to work with them. So those are some of the things that are critical to make sure that we can always be able to achieve anytime we want to be able to work with the donors that we definitely want to be able to work with. So it's critical to make sure that we are able to understand that as much as possible. So it's good to see if we can be able to work with that as much as possible. Then the other thing is also to look at some of the key roles that are basically involved in the stages of proposal writing, and this, of course, the proposal writing will have the planning stage and will also have the writing stage. So when it comes to the planning stage, you might want to be able to involve all these guys. So you want to be able to involve the beneficiaries. You might also want to be able to involve the community, the larger community beyond the beneficiaries, then others within the NGO, maybe other people, not just in the project, but also in the program. The board should also become very, very important. Other organizations that have advice, expertise, and other resources at their disposal. Then again, also looking at the experts, that is almost all projects should always be able to have a technical component. And so it is important to make sure that we are able to consult them on the actual details. Then we've got the contractors, that is, we need also to have some projects necessitate hiring outside the NGO so that we can be able to provide goods and services, and also donors, where in some cases, donors may be willing to help plan a project that they would find interested to fund as well. So it's important to make sure that we can also be able to involve all these people in the planning stage. What about in the writing stage? Sorry, let me just correct that. This is not the planning stage, but rather the writing stage. So what do you need to be able, who do you need to involve at the proposal writing stage? I think it is also good to make sure that we are able to emphasize that. So at the writing stage, it is important to make sure that we can actually be able to look at the proposal writer. That is, ideally, this is someone within the organization with experience in writing proposals. And this is what this course is actually developing you guys to make sure that you are able to fill this role of proposal writers. And then again, also, if you look at program managers, that is the people who have some very in-depth understanding of how the project will actually be implemented. Researchers, that is people who can contribute to the project rationale, background, and context. So you need to make sure that you have resources that have a lot of competency on research, so that they can actually be able to contribute to the project rationale, background, and context as much as possible. So it's very, very important to make sure that we can actually be able to look at some of those things critically. So So the researchers, the marketing team, that is those who are responsible for marketing, who will be able to know how to present the NGO, and also have a good organizational background summary, and also can assist in branding the proposal as expected. So the marketing team becomes important to be able to look at that. So it's good that in the writing stage we can also be able to look at that. Then again, also it's good to have somebody who is an accountant to always look over the budget, make sure that the budget is making sense. We'll be discussing more of the budget development in the upcoming session, and then also looking at the reviewers, that is being able to have as many people as possible to look over the proposal draft so that we can be able to finalize it as much as possible. So that's something that we ideally need to be able to look at as much as possible. So it's very, very critical to make sure that we can be able to ideally be able to look at how to look at the reviewers and ensure that we can actually be able to include them as well. Now, there's also the issue of the success rate of proposals, which is also quite important to make sure that we are able to understand about the success rate of a proposal. So it's very, very good to make sure that we can always be able to look at how to make sure that we are able to address the success rate of a proposal. And it is something that is important to make sure that we are able to understand as much as possible, and ensure that we can always be able to look at. And one of the things that is a critical success rate of a proposal is first, if your proposal is going to be successful with most donors, first is to make sure that it meets donor requirements. For instance, situations where you're given a call for proposal, please read those instructions carefully, understand them, and make sure that you fulfill those requirements fully, because almost all donors will always have a specific goal that they want to achieve with their grants, and the process which they would want to be able to achieve it. So most donors basically have that specific goal, and it is important that you're able to understand that goal so that you can ensure that you are able to achieve it. Secondly, is also the success rate is also determined by the quality of the project. Yeah, so the quality of the project is also another critical requirement where the proposals should clearly explain a project and prove that the idea is effective and obtainable with the interest donors. So quality of the project also becomes very, very critical. And then reputation. I think this is something that you really need to make sure that your organization can keep a good reputation, because anytime your organization gets a bad reputation, then every donor will be looking at your proposal and say, is this not the organization that was actually blacklisted for fraud or some malpractice? How sure am I that I can trust them with my funding? So the issue of reputation is quite critical, and it actually becomes very, very important to make sure that you can always be able to keep a track record. And then again, also contact with the donor. And let me emphasize this particular aspect because most people think that when you just send a proposal and it's a quality proposal, that's the end of the game. And a lot of people in this proposal writing business get a lot of discouragements. You know, my desk is always filled with all manner of proposal writing requests, and you will always fear people saying, I've written a lot of proposals, I've not gotten even one that has been awarded. And you listen to those discouragement stories, but you always ask themselves, you will always be able to ask them, or sometimes just ask yourself, how much effort have you done to make sure that you're in contact with these donors? Because I also am privileged to sit in some donor evaluation committees. Sometimes we are selected to be able to be part of the panel that will be able to review certain applications. And sometimes when we look at how we are able to make a decision on who to select, yes, good people have very good proposal ideas, but then we always go for that particular organization that we already have an organization that we know. You know, that the fact that that organization has made contact and we know what kind of an organization it is, then it becomes actually much easier to make sure that we're able to keep contact with some of those donors. And particularly for you guys, I would really encourage you, Nazia, to make sure that some of those list of potential donors that you have, can you make effort that they come and see what you guys are doing? In fact, don't be quick to throw proposals to them. Don't be quick to ask them whether they can give you money. First of all, give them an opportunity to know who you are. Understand? And the moment you get that opportunity that they understand, they see your work, they have visited your sites, and they know this is what exactly you are doing. Then when that which they have seen is able to ring in their minds, next time when you are throwing a proposal to that organization, be sure that you will be part of the shortlist. They'll be saying, let's first of all, I've sat in panels and I know what we do. We have received 1,000 applications. To make to the first shortlist, we first of all ask, are there those specific organizations who would want to consider? Can we first of all look at their applications and keep them aside? Then if we were trying to narrow the shortlist to about 50, we will say we have 10 organizations that we know, look for their proposals, keep them here. Then we want to make it a shortlist of about 50 proposals. So look for 40 more others. And those are the 40s, we just put a team, we give them instructions, we tell them, please try to narrow down the applications to 40 out of this that meet the basic criteria. But you know, these 10 that we selected that we are going to add to the 40, remember we have an interest with them. So it means if these organizations actually further present a good proposal, then we essentially are going to be able to consider this organization. So if we look at the new organizations that we don't know and they eventually make it, you know, that is always a chance of about 50 to 30% to make sure that they can actually be able to make to the final award. So contact with the donors is very, very critical. I hope this message is coming across clearly, Nazia and Charles.
Yes, it definitely is, Steve. I think for us personally, the fact that our school is all the way down in Shimoni, there are a lot of people that feel discouraged to come down there, especially people from Nairobi. Maybe they'll be like, oh, we go to South Coast, we go to Diani, but going to Shimoni. But that's the thing, Steve, the few people who actually come and visit the school, it just changes their mindset, and they're so happy that they came to visit and they visited the girls, etc. But now, Steve, when it comes to maybe like there's a program I was even telling Charles about yesterday. So we've actually uh, subscribe to funds for NGOs. Okay, now that's now a space where we get a lot of grant notifications for education for girls, etc. But I mean, as much as we've been specific for the proposals, I mean, we haven't been chosen. So that's the thing, Stephen. You're saying that these organizations have to know us, but now the grant givers may be coming from Europe or America. I mean, they know nothing about us. So how do you deal in that? I mean, how do you deal that in that kind of situation? Because there's a very low chance of them actually coming to your country and visiting your organization. Okay, they don't exactly understand the problems of our local communities. So it's very easy for them to reject your proposal. Just the way you said, it's a very good proposal and there's an actual need for their support. So how do you deal with that kind of situation?
Okay, so of course, that's why we say that part of proposal writing is also to have a team that does marketing and fundraising activities. And part of your fundraising plan would be you have identified these donors. How can we? This is a donor that does not reside in Nairobi, Kenya, or in Kenya anywhere, and you need to be able to make them aware of what you do. Then one of the things that you do is you make sure that of course, you will do your emails to just show them what you do as an organization. You will also try to look at their social media pages, get to understand people who work with them, and see how you can get in contact with them. Nowadays, it is easy to pick a name from a social media page of a certain donor organization, go to Twitter or go to Facebook, and you realize you can even get that. You can make contact with that person. And then down the line, you try to keep on seeing how to approach the person so that it can get more personalized. And once you have that more personalized contact, then it actually becomes very easy now to be able to have them generate interest with your organization. And so that's why I'm saying I think it is important to make sure that we make deliberate efforts. I think you have worked in marketing. You know how marketers are. Marketers will always try to make sure that they bring the brand to your face.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. So whether you like it or not, you will get to know the brand. Okay, and that really works well. I've worked with certain small organizations that have proven to be very successful with donors because of this sort of an intense fundraising plan. We'll be discussing more about fundraising tomorrow, and I think that should be able to give you a trick or two about fundraising.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so that's why then also the size of the donor would also really matter a lot because donors like Ford Foundation or European Commission receive thousands of unsolicited applications but have very low success rate despite their large resources. Then again also when you look at the scale of opportunity, there are certain call for proposals that are very broad or open to NGOs from all over the world and also receive huge number of applicants as much as possible. Then again, also the quality of the proposal, that is a good proposal is important, but even the best proposals will not get funded if some of the above factors are also not met. And then a lot of donors report very low success rates. Sometimes they say out of the many applications that they get, only 10% of all applications were successful. That means this criteria for success rate does not apply to a lot of proposals. So it's very, very important to make sure that we capitalize on some of those things that we are eventually saying about the proposal. So basically that's what I wanted to be able to look at. And I don't want to be able to drive beyond there. I wanted us to take a break, a health break, so that we can be more well active when we come back. And when we come back, I want to be able to just say something about the concept paper, which I wanted to mention some few things about it. And then I want to go to budget development process, and also the work plan development process. On the work plan development process is just some short session, 20 or 30 minutes, and I'm going to do that towards lunch, so that I will also try to show you some tool that you can use to be able to create your work plan, and that looks quite presentable. So I'll be able to take you through that towards lunch hour, and let's concentrate on the concept paper and also the budget development process once we come back, and make sure that we can be able to create effective budgets for our proposal, and that will be something that we need to be able to understand. Okay, so any question, any comment? Yes.
Yes. Just something little on point number 5, size of donors. This word unsolicited application. Can you just say something little on when exactly do we send unsolicited, and how are we supposed to send? Because this is an application that is not called for. Yes.
Yeah, they are not called for. Now, yeah. How you send unsolicited proposals is sometimes in your list of potential donors, you realize that a certain donor basically requests for people. Like if you go to most donor websites, you realize there are certain donors that ask you if you're interested in funding to send a proposal to this particular email. So certain donors will basically be able to call for that. They say, if you have a good project idea, please let us be able to receive your proposal. And of course, you can be able to send that. That is what we call unsolicited applications. And we're saying for these ones, just be careful with them, because sometimes you can do a lot of work, and most of the times they don't have a very high success rate, but you will always be able to send them, maybe also as part of raising awareness with that donor that actually implement projects in that particular thematic area. Yeah.
Okay. Thank
you. So there are certain donors that have open application process for submitting your proposals, and that's why we say you can submit those unsolicited proposals to such kind of donors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's clear. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Welcome. Nazia, anything?
I'm actually okay, Stephen. It's just that when you were saying what are the key roles involved in key stages of proposal writing, so now for some of us who are like a 4-man team, for example, I'm the one who's the proposal writer, the program manager, the researcher. Okay, accountant is one of the founders. I'm the marketing team. I'm the reviewer. You see, so some of the different. I get where you're coming from.
When we talk about the roles, and now you need to make sure that you act all the roles.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, because for small organizations, of course, you will not have all those roles. So the best thing
Yeah.
you can do is act those roles.
Yeah, exactly. That's why now I'm just trying to learn as much as I can so I can just
Yeah.
fit in those
Yeah.
shoes of
Yeah, you can
everyone.
fit in the shoes. Yeah, yeah,
Hi,
yeah.
yes, thanks, Stephen. So what time are we going to meet again?
Okay, so I can see it's 10:37 here according to my watch.
Yes.
So I think let's try to make sure we are back by 7 minutes past or 10 minutes. Let's say 10 minutes past 11 so that we can
Okay.
begin the next part.
Okay.
Okay, sir. No
Thank you.
problem. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
See you
Yeah.
guys in a
Okay.
bit.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Enjoy
Yeah,
your
thank
tea,
you.
enjoy your
Nice
coffee,
time.
or
Yeah,
enjoy your
welcome.
porridge, depending on what
Thank
you're
you.
taking.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah.
Okay. 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 See you soon. Okay, so I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Steve.
Sorry. That's Nazia.
Yes.
And Charles, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, welcome.
Okay, good. So I think we can continue pushing a bit so that we see how we can look at this concept paper, which is something that I felt I wanted to really introduce you to, because certain donors will not ask you for a proposal. They will ask you to be able to do a concept note. And it is always good to make sure that you can always be able to understand how to generate a concept note. And then again, we can look at the project budget development process, and also the project work plan development process, which are two critical fundamental bits that are good to be able to work with. So I think it's good to make sure that we are able to look at that and make sure that we can be able to handle that quite effectively. Now, when we talk about the concept note, I don't know whether some of you have prepared one in the past. Somebody who has been required to prepare a concept note in the past?
Not really from my side.
Okay.
But I've been participating, helping other partners.
To work with their concept notes, eh?
Yeah, same situation with me, Steve. Even I've helped one of my other colleagues write one up, but not that I've done it personally, no.
Okay.
Not personally.
Okay. So not something that we have been able to work on personally, but it's something that we have actually been able to help some people generate, as you're saying. So normally, it is always a fundamental thing to make sure that we are able to understand and make sure that we can actually be able to work on it. And it's always good to ensure that we're in a position where we can be able to work with that. So it's very, very important to make sure that we're in a position where we can be able to work with the concept note, and it actually becomes a very, very critical document to be able to work with, and ensure that you are able to work with that as much as possible. So that's something that would be very, very interesting to make sure that we are able to work with, and ensure that we can actually be able to generate one at all times. So that's something that really, really becomes very, very important to make sure that we are able to work with. So it's important to make sure that we can actually be able to work with one as much as possible, and ensure that we can have some very good skills in the development of the concept note. Now, let me just look at first the purpose of a concept note. So one of that is quite critical is that concept notes normally have many advantages for grant donors and grant seekers alike. So they are quite critical to grant donors and also to grant seekers. It's something that really becomes very, very helpful. And the other thing is also the fact that concept notes are particularly suited for submitting and solicited applications. So sometimes particularly in areas where you're sending unsolicited applications. It would rather be good to use concept notes because they are easy to prepare. They are not like proposals. You can imagine preparing a proposal and not getting a response. Sometimes it actually becomes very, very frustrating. So, so it's always good to make sure that we can always be able to work with it. Additionally, it has also become increasingly common for donors to make sure that they are able to request a concept note instead of a full proposal in the first round of funding. In fact, there are certain donors that you will actually be able to work with. You'll always realize that they do not request a concept note, and instead normally go for a full proposal in their first round of funding as expected. And again, also applicants should carefully be able to read the donor application requirements before even submitting a concept note or a proposal. So that really becomes a critical thing to be able to achieve, to make sure that you have been able to read well the donor's application requirements before you are able to submit a concept or a proposal. So that's something that really becomes quite critical to make sure that we are able to do. Now, for grant donors, concept notes basically present a clear and a practical framework, which is normally easy to comprehend. So it's very, very important to make sure that we work with concept notes to establish a clear and a practical framework, which is normally easy to comprehend. In fact, many donors, especially the well-known agencies, will normally be able to receive, if not thousands of applications, and are only able to fund a very small percentage of this. And that is why it actually becomes very, very important to make sure that we are able to work with concept notes. So it therefore becomes quite easy for your initial review to make sure that you can actually be able to work with concept notes as expected. So it is able to work well, and it is important to make sure that we can always be able to work with concept notes as much as possible, so that it actually becomes much easier and much efficient to read the concept notes instead of working with so many proposals. And again, also short concept notes normally help the donors be able to save time in initial reviews, and also become very easier to be able to print and file. And that's something that really becomes very helpful for the concept notes as much as possible, and that becomes very useful. Again, since there is only a small probability of success when soliciting first-time potential donors, it is also more efficient to make sure that we are able to send a concept note initially instead of a full proposal. And so there's often only a very small probability of success when we are soliciting the first-time potential donors, to make sure that it is actually more efficient to be able to send concept notes initially instead of being able to work with a full proposal. And when you're able to send a concept note first, it also has the added benefit of flexibility, because submitting a short summary of the project basically allows an organization to be able to make changes in the details even after the concept note has actually been submitted. So it makes a lot of sense to be able to work with the concept note. And sometimes it's also much more difficult to make changes to a submitted proposal when all those details should already be accounted for. And that is why sometimes it makes much more sense to work with a concept note, because it allows it to be able to accommodate some changes as much as possible. So it's very, very critical to make sure that we can be able to look at that. Now, what about the size and the format of the concept note? Now, it is important that we need to understand that typically a minimum of 1 page to a maximum of 3 pages is ideally the appropriate number of pages that we will need to be able to have. So typically about a page to a maximum of 3 pages are some of the page numbers that we actually need to be able to look at. However, each donor may have their own individual requirements, and applicants should therefore read these requirements carefully before applying. So most of these donors would definitely be able to have individual requirements, and it is always good to make sure that we understand the requirements, so that even when they guide even when they are able to guide you in terms of these specific requirements, then you can actually be able to look at these requirements very, very carefully before you can actually be able to apply them. And that's why we're saying the concept note can therefore be thought as the most condensed possible text for a project idea, because you can imagine what you express in a project proposal that is ideally about 10 to 20 pages, compressing it so that you can be able to express that in a maximum of 3 pages. It is not actually very, very easy. And that is why we're saying the concept note, therefore, can be thought as the most condensed possible text for your project idea. And so therefore, unlike a full proposal, most donors typically do not require a specific format for a concept note. So most donors will not ideally go for a very specific format for a concept note, and therefore an applicant will always be able to choose the format that best displays the information that they want it to be shared. So it's very, very important to make sure that we can always be able to look at the format that will display the most relevant information that we may want to be able to share. So that's something that we need to be able to understand. However, there will also be some donors who do not have formatting requirements, and I think we mentioned this earlier on, European Commission. So sometimes they may ask you to be able to present it in the best format that you want to be able to present it, and it is always good to make sure that at least you can include all the details using a very acceptable format. Now, if the donor basically requires a specific format, then of course they will be able to specify that format in the application guidelines, and it actually is able to work out quite clearly on that. Now, what are some of the things? Now, remember, what you include in a concept note is also dependent on the donor. So sometimes where there is some application guidelines, you will be exactly told what to be able to include in that concept paper. But ideally, some of those components of the concept paper will be able to include, like you have a cover page that shows the organization name, the project title, the date, and also the name of potential donor. So that really becomes very, very important to make sure that we are able to include some of those potential donors as expected. And then we also have project goals and objectives, which we should also be able to include. And then also the context and the project rationale should also be quite critical to make sure that we are able to include. Then again, also the project strategy and also the list of activities becomes important to make sure that we are able to narrow down on that. And then what will be the expected results, and also the number of beneficiaries that we actually need to be able to reach to. That becomes important. And these sections are important because when you talk about expected results and the number of beneficiaries that are actually reached, it actually becomes very, very important to make sure that we can actually be able to showcase specific results about the project, and also specific about the beneficiaries that we intend to be able to reach through the project. Then again, also you can also be requested to give a brief organizational background about the organization. So here is also another section that you need to be able to do a very catchy description about the organization, so that it can actually be able to impress the person that will also be reviewing it. So the organizational background is important, and then of course don't forget to make sure you have you're able to indicate the funding that you are requesting, and also provide a budget summary as well. And this really becomes important to make sure that you can be able to request the funding that you actually want to be able to have. So the funding requested, the budget summary really becomes quite important to be able to consider. Then again, also it is also important to make sure that you have you indicate the contact information of your organization, and also who is the contact person in case they may want to be able to get back to you. So it's good to make sure that that information is actually presented as well, so that you can always be able to get that information as well. So it's good to make sure that you complete the contact information of the NGO, and also of the contact person as expected. So it's very good to make sure that you can be able to look at that. Now, so sometimes it's very good to make sure that we are able to have some of those requirements in place, and ensure that we can be able to we can actually be able to look at that. Now, if you look at the contents of the concept note, I think it's good to understand to note a few things, that the exact content and organization of the concept note will always vary, but it is important that even as we apply, it is important to make sure that we pay special attention to certain key questions in the application guidelines. Like, for instance, if the donor is asking for innovation, if the donor is asking for sustainability of the project, that we are able to emphasize that. if the donor is also looking into cross-cutting themes or issues such as gender. So it's good that we make sure that we are able to address some of those cross-cutting themes as expected. Then again, also, the other thing is also for if you're going to do a letter of inquiry, then this can also be organized in a formal letter, and also including a request to meet with the donor for follow-up discussion. However, the concept note should just contain enough information for the donor to understand what the project is about and why should that project be funded. Nothing more will become necessary at that particular stage. So it's very, very important to make sure that we can be able to understand what the project is about and why it should actually be funded. So that really becomes quite critical to make sure that we are able to consider. Now, so in that regard, I think it is good to make sure that we can actually be able to understand that quite clearly. So it's important that we are able to look at that information as much as possible. So basically, that's what we ideally able to say of the concept note. And I just wanted to see if I can show you some concept note here that we prepared, and see if you can basically be able to appreciate how some of these concept notes are prepared. Okay, so I have one here. I don't know whether you're able to see this from my screen.
Yes, me, I'm seeing.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can put full screen mode. Okay, so most of the times it's always donor dependent. Like you can see, this is one that we submitted to UNFPA, and of course you can see we have been able to include the details, and you can see they are very clear. You see, like this one, they had said, please note that the concept note is maximum 5 pages long. You see the kind of specifications that they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So So you will do a lot of harm. You are likely to miss to get shortlisted in case you even exceed 5 pages by 1 word. So sometimes paying attention to some of those requirements really becomes critical, because when they say you should not be able to exceed 5 pages long, then it is important to make sure that you do not exceed 5 pages long. But then again, we are able to put the background information about the project and the challenges that are being faced in addressing the issue, and that really becomes quite important to make sure that we can be able to okay. Okay, so let me just show you here. So you can see some of the things that were requested for in this particular concept. The background was also the work plan or summary of the action plan. And you can see that is also well detailed to make sure that we ideally submit as expected. So the summary of the action plan was also quite critical. And then again, also the activity and the budget as well is also something. That was quite critical. And it is important to make sure that we are also able to look at the activity and the budget. And it is important to be able, then there's another issue that they had also requested to make sure that we are able to look at is the most significant change, that is document the anticipated most significant change or case or story of change through the implementation of the project activity. And this would be able to be your goal or impact for the project, because that's the ultimate change that you essentially expect will actually be achieved through this particular project. So it's important to make sure that we are able to identify that as well. So that really become very important. And that was it. The rest was just the appendix. That is the detailed budget that maybe would be good for them to be able to refer to. And that's basically what was required in that. So how do you find that?
Steve, for me, why didn't they just put the entire budget in the budget section? Like, why did they have to repeat it twice?
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is the detailed budget, and this is just activity and budget. Like for each of the activities, then you need to make sure that you list the activity and you show what would be the total amount for that activity. But now there are many other aspects that are in the budget that basically were missed in that, and that is why now you have to be able to attach a detailed budget, because there they just wanted to see the cost of the activities alone.
Okay, so this was ideally the format as required by the donor.
Yes.
Okay, so
That's how the donor actually required it to be. Let me show you a different one. They're normally concept notes that will be requested by the donor. Sometimes they have varied format. Let me show you another one that we prepared here for USA. And this was also quite different in the sense of it just needed to highlight certain things. You can see here from the first page, they had asked for name and contact information of the applicant, time of proposed activity, county of focus, list of potential or collaborating organizations, the overall objectives, and they're able to say 3 or 5 sentences, then provide some technical sectors that each activity will actually be able to address. So it's important to make sure that we can mention some of the technical sectors that some of these activities will actually be able to address, and that was also something that we needed to make sure that we are well able to address and ensure that we can actually be able to work with that as much as possible. So the specific technical sectors that the activity will address is important. Then you can see they're also asking state the amount of funding that you're requesting from USA. So that's something that is also indicated there. Then what is the overview of existing local development organization? Then what are some of the development problems or challenges, and the proposed solutions is something that you also address there. And that takes a big section. Then how are you going to be able to collaborate with USAID, county government and county partners? What will be, how will the outcomes and results be sustained after the end of the award? So they want to know what is your sustainability plan? And again, we are able to list there. Then you go to the LDO, leverage on other organizations. So local development organization, leveraging on other resources. So what other resources are you going to be able to leverage on? Then this is, of course, a USA concept. So you have also to address how you're going to manage the issue of exclusivity, the issue of inclusivity. So it's very good to make sure that we are able to address some of those things quite critical. Now, the other thing that becomes important is just to make sure. You can see this one is exactly 4 pages, and I think also this one they had given a maximum of 4 pages to be able to do. But where you are not asked the number of pages, always try to minimize it at least to 3 pages. That one will always work well for the project.
Yeah.
So is that one clear as well? Okay.
Yeah.
yes, it's good.
Now
Just on a side note,
good.
sorry,
Yeah.
Charles, do you want to go ahead?
No, first say something.
Okay, thanks. So basically, Stephen, now the founders, apparently they hear from a lot of other proposal writers or fundraisers. So according to all of them, the shorter your concept note or the shorter your points, the better for you. Apparently, I'm saying apparently because this is of what I've heard. I've personally not gone through it myself, but yeah. So they're like the shorter your sentences or the shorter your concept note, or basically the shorter the more you can put things in bullet points, the better for you. What's your opinion about that?
Okay. For concept notes, eh?
For concept notes, for proposals, according to them, the shorter and more to the point it is, the better.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, you can understand why they emphasize that. Is imagine the number of concepts that they have to read and the number of proposals they have to read. So the better summarized you are, the better chances you stand for being awarded. So it's true. It's always good to make sure that you're always up to the point. Exactly, and that becomes something that's quite critical.
So Steve, now when we're looking at this other concept note, the second one that you just showed us,
Yeah.
I don't remember which section it was, but there was quite a lengthy explanation over there. I think there were about 3 paragraphs. So
Yes.
could that ideally have been shortened into bullet points, or you think it was okay the way it was?
No, that was a critical section. So sometimes you know where the weight of the project intervention lies, and this is where you will be able to convince the donor as much as possible, and that's why it actually works out much better to make sure that you are able to use that section to justify what you want to be able to pass across. So this, when you're looking at development problems or challenges and proposed solutions, this is exactly what will earn you points.
Yeah.
Wait, are we together?
Okay, Steve. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. So it becomes very important to highlight that particular section. So good enough.
Yes,
and yes, Charles, you want to say something?
Yes, just a little.
Okay.
Thank you very much for giving us this different format of different donors. And beginning from the outline you have shown us and comparing to the other format I've seen, I think
Charles, we've lost you.
sorry. Hello?
Yes, Charles, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm saying is, I like the outline you gave us because about 3 to 4 of different formats I've seen are in line with the outline. And my challenge had been facing, there is that area of result where you need to put your result. And I'm like trying to ask, where do you begin and where do you end with the result? Do you need to put the impact there, the outcome or the output, or what exactly do you need to put under result? Taking us back to the other outline you gave us, there is a part of putting result.
Okay, so the outline that we were able to share about putting the results. Hello, Charles.
Yes.
Are you saying which outline?
From your outline, the slides, not here. Yeah, in the slides there is a section of results.
Yeah. So in the slides, So in the slides, what we were trying to mean is that sometimes you will you may have a donor who may not ask you for a specific format. We were saying that maybe you can try to use that format to guide you on what is important to be able to include. But as we are saying, even as much as you include these 9 components, always make sure you summarize that information so as not to exceed 3 pages if possible.
Yeah. Now, under expected results, do we need to write impact, something to do with the impact, outcome, and output, or number 6?
Yes. Definitely. When you talk about expected results, you might want to be able to showcase exactly what are your impacts, what are your outcomes, and what are your outputs. It actually works much better if you can actually be able to show that.
Yeah, I think that is just the area I needed some inquiry on. It's okay.
Okay, that's fine, and great to be able to hear that concern from your end.
Thank you.
Now, okay, so now I just want to turn my attention into the budget development process, which I need to also make sure that we are able to look at it. The budget development process is important. So let me check the right one here. That's project budget development, which is one of the things that we also need to be able to develop as well. And there are quite a number of details that I want to make sure that we can understand. But I think maybe before I look at the budget development, let me just look at the work plan development, so that normally it works out much better if you can start working out your work plan, and then once you work out your work plan, then you can be able to develop your budget. So let's just maybe start with the work plan development, which is something that we need to make sure that we are able to do. Now, the work plan development requires that we make sure that we are able to develop the strategies for the project, and also develop the project activities. So the work plan development involves development of the strategies and the activities. So those are the critical things that we need to make sure that we are able to establish. How do we develop strategies, and also how do we develop activities as expected. So before we actually proceed to development of activities, it is important that we are actually clear of the project strategy, and that's one of the things that we actually need to be able to develop. And it is always good to make sure that we can always be able to develop activities as much as possible. Now, so what is a project strategy, if you were to ask? Now the project strategy basically looks at the broad approaches or the methods that will actually be used in achieving your project goals and objectives, and also become very, very important in terms of directing the project implementation. So these are basically your broad approaches or your broad methods that will actually be used in achieving what exactly you want to be able to achieve. So it's very, very important to make sure that you are able to look at the project strategy. Now, if you look at the project strategy, what do you think would be some of the good examples of a project strategy for one of your proposals that I know most of you working with some projects. What would be?
Steve, if I may,
Yes.
probably your timeline.
Your timelines
Yeah.
would become your strategy.
Yeah, it should be one
Okay.
one important component of your strategy, I feel.
Now, I'm looking for something. I'm looking for something specifically, not exactly that, because there's something that we ideally want to be able to understand, and it's very, very critical to make sure that we are able to understand that strategy from that perspective. So it's not exactly the project strategy, and it is very, very important to make sure that we are able to look at the project strategy from that specific explanation. And let's maybe try. Somebody else want to try that? Charles, you want to try?
Yeah, let me try. Like, for example, from the log sheet I've shared, the log frame.
Yeah.
When trying to ensure safety of opening and operation of school from COVID-19, and I would say one of my strategy will be raising awareness, that is increasing the knowledge of the teachers and pupils on preventive measures and control of COVID-19. It's like awareness raising. I don't know whether it is fit. Then under which you bring training, you bring some different material to increase the knowledge of people.
Okay. So you're saying something like what?
Increasing awareness on preventive and control measures of COVID-19.
Okay. Let me pick that word you mentioned, awareness. Yes. Awareness can be a broad approach with very, very specific activities, because strategies are always associated with activities, because we say based on this approach, then we are able now to look at that approach and define the activities that will be able to fulfill that approach. So let me just pick that because I would want to use that in one of the examples that if we look at the strategy that a certain project will be able to work with, if it's a project that wants to bring awareness around the community, then of course awareness meetings will be one of the broad strategies that they may actually be able to have. And then now they need to be able to come up with some specific activities that they actually need to be able to consider, very, very specific activities to be able to work with. So it's okay. So we can be able to talk about strategy, and then the other thing that also becomes an important consideration is also basically explaining that the strategy will also be able to align your project activities within the project goals and objectives, and that is something that we will need to be able to understand, that it is important to make sure that we can align our project activities with the goals and objectives as expected. Then again, also the other thing, apart from the strategy, is project activities, and this basically refer to the smallest identifiable and measurable pieces of work that are planned for completion throughout a project. And these activities Defining these activities will normally help the project staff to make sure that they're able to understand what actions to do and at what time do we need to make sure that we do those specific actions. So they're able to refer to some of the smallest identifiable and measurable pieces of work that we need to be able to plan through to completion throughout the project. So that's what we are able to refer to as project activities. Now, every activity is definitely associated with a definite interim goal or objective. And so it's quite important to make sure that the activity is actually associated with a definite interim goal or objective. And it is always good to make consideration for that. And again, also, it is important also to understand that the project strategy or approach helps should be able to should be chosen. You should be able to choose the correct approach by considering certain various aspects of the project. And your choice of the methodology for your project strategy would depend on a number of things. For instance, it will depend on the goal of the project. It will also be able to depend on the key objectives of the project, and also on existing resources, as well as the location of the project. Whereas also looking at the collaboration between various agencies that are available becomes important to make sure that we are able to look at the choice of the methodology. So collaboration between various agencies and also the existing education level of the beneficiaries, and also the organization's mission and culture also become quite critical to make sure that we are able to consider that. Again, also when you're choosing your activities, and these activities will basically describe how each of your objectives will be achieved. And there are certain key questions that when you're choosing activities that you should be able to answer. So there are certain critical questions that we need to be in a position to answer to make sure that we are able to address project activities sufficiently well. For instance, we'll be asking ourselves what are the key, what are the specific tasks that we need to be able to consider, who is responsible for each task, what resources are actually needed, when are we going to see these activities occur, and over what time period are they going to be able to occur. Then are there other organizations in your community that are basically serving a similar audience? It is also something that is also critical to consider. So some of those questions therefore become important. What are the tasks that we are going to be able, who will be responsible, what resources will actually be required, when will this activity
Hello?
Steve, we can't hear you.
You are lost. He's lost.
Okay, so are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So those become very critical considerations. Just give me a minute. I try to tune my router here.
Mm.
Okay, so I think now we should be able to, I should be much better. I was just trying to make sure that my keyboard is attached well. So these are the questions that you need to ask yourself when you're considering the project activities that you might want to be able to consider. And it actually works out very critically to be able to answer some of these questions in a very particular way. So it's good to make sure that we're able to have that. And so therefore some important steps to consider when designing the activities for your proposal is, of course, make sure you select only those activities that will actually be required to achieve this objective. But remember, when you develop your log frame, remember these activities, you already have them ready. And so that's also the other importance of before you come to your work plan development, you make sure that you do your log frame development. And that becomes quite a critical thing. And then You can also review past proposals to see what kind of activities were actually done in some of these past proposals that were there. So it's good to make sure that you can actually be able to look at that quite critically. Then again, also it's good to make sure that you are able to research your best practices and activities that can actually be adapted. So it's also good to ensure that you can actually be able to research your best practices and activities that can actually be adapted for that particular process. Then it is also good to make sure that you're able to discuss with project experts. You're also able to look, work with community members to be able to find out what will be able to work. And that really becomes quite critical to consider. So in terms of examples, if you want to be able to see the examples of strategy or approach in activities, this is what I meant. Like, for instance, the approach will be awareness generation. So what activities will go with awareness generation? One is like development of communication material, organizing awareness rallies. Thirdly, also conducting street plays and shows. Those are activities that go with awareness generation. If it is another project that you're working on that is focusing on capacity building, what activities will go with capacity building? So some of the activities that go along with capacity building is like being able to conduct counseling sessions, being able to conduct motivational sessions, being able to do training and demonstration, and also ensuring that you are able to do some exposure visits as well. So it's important to make sure that we are able to consider that as much as possible. So it's important to ensure that we can always be able to look at that as much as possible. So some of those things therefore become very important to make sure that we can actually be able to look at how to ensure that some of those things are well captured as much as possible. So it's very important to make sure that we're able to do that. Then the other thing is also capacity building, where if you look at the capacity building approach, there are certain specific activities that go along with that, like for instance, conducting counseling sessions, then secondly, also conducting motivational sessions, then thirdly, training and demonstration, and also exposure visits as well, really become very important to make sure that we are able to consider that as much as possible. So it's very important to make sure that we can actually be able to consider that as critically as possible. So basically that's what needs to be able to happen. So when you're developing your work plan, then it's important to make sure that you know that projects takes time to implement. Like a short workshops takes a lot of planning before the event and follow up after the event. And so therefore a work plan or a project timeline should be able to describe the order and the length of time in which an activity will actually be able to take place. And it therefore includes steps in implementing the project, when each step will occur and how long, and who will be responsible for implementing some of those activities. So it therefore becomes very important to consider that. And again, also it is good also to have a detailed work plan that basically proves that the organization has put much thought in planning the project and also setting the expectations for project progress, which will also be monitored. And one of the best tools for developing your work plan is working with a Gantt chart, which is basically a table that summarizes and visualizes the schedule or the timeline for the project activity as scheduled. Now, most people create the Gantt chart using Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Project, which is the software that helps you come up with Gantt charts. And that is why sometimes you may actually be asked to present a proposal, and you're told to make sure that you add your Gantt chart. That really is exactly what we mean, because that will actually be looking at how to be able to create and it's very, very important to make sure that we are able to look at are we able to look at that? And this is one of the critical things that we actually need to be able to look at. So the Gantt chart really becomes a critical tool to make sure that we are able to look at, and it becomes one of the critical things that we also need to be able to focus on as much as possible. So it's quite critical to be able to consider the Gantt chart, and it's something that really becomes quite important in terms of looking at the Gantt chart as well. So it's very, very important to make sure that we can actually be able to develop a work plan that basically works well for the project. So just to maybe just try to show you, when I talk about the Gantt chart, I'm trying to talk about, this is prepared via Excel, but you can also be able to get one that is prepared via Microsoft Project. But basically, it just summarizes the activities and also shows you the timelines for those activities, and also who will be responsible for the project. That really becomes quite good. If I'm going to show you, let me see if I can show you one that is prepared by Microsoft Project. That is why sometimes it's also good if we can prepare with Microsoft Project. Let me see. So you can see like this. Let me just show you. Can you see that one? The training rollout initiative and plan. You can see how it actually appears here, and it has activities and sub-activities, and at the end here it has this Gantt chart, these bars here that shows how the activity moves over across time. So this is automatically produced, and unlike the one you have here in Excel. If you look at this one in Excel, this is manual. You have to draw it yourself. But this one in Microsoft Project, as you can see, it is automatically drawn for you. And that's why we say, if you can use Microsoft Project, it will be good to help you develop your work plan. Now, is there anyone of you who uses Microsoft Project before, who has been able to use or can be able to use Microsoft Project?
I personally haven't, Stephen.
Me, I have not also.
Okay.
No idea, yeah.
It means we will need to meet quite a number of times just to look at also Microsoft Project. I think it's a tool. It's a very important tool for proposal writers for preparing your work plans. Yeah, and also it's also a very good tool for just monitoring your projects and checking how they are happening. So I think we might need to also meet sometime soon just to have if we can be able to invest some skills on the use of this software. I think please let us know so that we can be able to look at how to equip you with this as well.
Yeah.
Okay. For you, Nazia, you know we have a lot. You have even monitoring and evaluation.
Yes, Steve, one course at a time.
Yeah, one course at a time. Okay. Yeah. So I think it's good to make sure that we can see the kind of beautiful outflow and allows you to manage your activity as it progresses over time. And this is something that really becomes important in terms of being able to show you the full capabilities of Microsoft Project for work plan management. Okay, good. So guys, any questions, any comments so far?
Now,
okay.
They wanted to compare strategy,
yeah,
with what we put on the log frame. I was trying to imagine where does it fit if we are to think of log frame.
In terms of
where does it relate? Yeah.
Where does
because
the strategy?
When we are drawing log frame again, this term doesn't appear.
Yeah. This term doesn't appear. No, I don't think we can fit it in the log frame. I don't think there's any way it will fit because the strategy cannot be outputs, cannot be outcomes, cannot be impacts. So the best thing is just to treat it as a way of just classifying your activities under certain major themes. Yeah. But again, also it's not all donors who will ask you to list your project strategies, but there are some that will ask you to do that. Okay. Yeah. So it's always good to make sure that you're familiar with it. So it's just a broad capture of certain activities that you have in the project.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all from me.
Okay. Anything, Nazia? Anything from your end?
I'm okay, Stephen. Thank you.
Okay. So guys, let me try and switch over to Okay, so let me just to bring you up this. Now, again, as we're emphasizing the whole issue of work plan development, I think it is important that we also understand that budget development is also much more important than the as the work plan development. So it's also important to make sure that we can always be able to concentrate on budget development in the project, and it actually works out very well to make sure that we can be able to do project budget development. And what is a budget? I think that's one of the questions that we need to be able to ask. And maybe Charles, you may want to tell us what you think is a budget. Then we can also hear Nazia as well.
Budget to me is an allocation of amount for specific task or item required to undertake the project or an activity. I think that is the concept I can just say. Is it, are we together?
True.
Yes.
Yeah, true. That makes a lot of sense. Is definitely something that we actually need to be able to utilize to make sure that we are able to we are actually able to develop. We are able to we are well capacitated so that we can ensure that we're able to implement our projects as expected.
Yes.
So it's important. So it's important to make sure that we are able to look at that. Just a minute. I think my mouse is misbehaving. So yeah, so I agree with you. And maybe Nazia, what do you believe from your end?
From my side, Steve, it would just be maybe a list of expenses that are required to undertake a certain project.
Okay. So it's very important to make sure that we are able to understand that so that we can always be able to work with budgets as much as possible. And maybe to allow you to see much better about budgets. I think it's better that I say we normally try to define it as a document that specifies how money will be allocated to implement the activities that are described in the proposal. So it's a document that will help us so much to see how to allocate, how money will be allocated to implement activities that are described in the proposal. And thinking of the budget as the proposal narrative, then we need to make sure that we understand it's a proposal narrative that is actually explained in numbers. And that's something that we need to be able to understand as much as possible. So it's very, very critical to make sure that we are able to understand that. So it's important. And thinking of that is critical because the budget definitely gives a clear picture of all the expenditures that are basically involved in carrying out a project. And so therefore, in short, a budget is definitely a description of the project in numbers. So that's simply what we are able to work with. So we need to be able to give a clear picture of all the expenditures that are involved in carrying out the project. And so therefore the budget therefore becomes a description of the project in numbers. Now the budget may well be the most important part of any proposal. And so it's important to make sure that we can actually be able to look at the budget as the most important part of any proposal that we actually need to be able to look at. And it is also necessary to make sure that we are able to focus on the budget early on in the proposal writing stage to ensure that it is clear and to ensure that all the expenditures that are proposed are basically justified as expected. So that's something that we essentially need to be able to understand as much as possible. Now, therefore, a proper budget is therefore required to make sure that we are able to convince donors to be able to provide funding. And so it is important to make sure that we can be able to have a proper budget to convince donors to be able to provide us with funding. And there are certain things that donors will normally look at in the budget. So there are certain things that really become critical. And it is important that we are able to understand some of those things critically. And it is important to be able to look at a number of things. So one is basically be able to look at the issue of transparency, look at the issue of impact. Number three, look at the issue of cost effectiveness. Then again, also look at the issue of value for money becomes a critical aspect that we need to be able to understand. And then also look at the issue of capacity and also look at the issue of competitiveness to the other organizations or NGOs that are also applying for the same funds. So this is something that we need to be able to look at. And I'm going to show you some different types of budgets that you can always be working with in your proposals, because there are two types of budget formats that really become very, very critical. And it's very, very important to be able to understand that. And it is quite critical to make sure we are able to look at some of those critical components that we actually need to be able to understand. The issue of transparency, the issue of impact, the issue of cost effectiveness, and also the issue of value for money, or the issue of capacity, and also the issue of competitiveness, other NGOs as well. And again, also ensuring that you can actually be able to follow the donor guidelines also becomes a critical thing that we need to make sure. And that really becomes something that's very critical to look at the budget. Now, so there are two basic types of budgeting, and let me try to see if you have some idea. Do you think you can be able to, you can actually be able to remember some types of budgets that you know that you can always be able to work with in a proposal? And are you guys having any idea of one of the budget types that you can always be able to work with? Charles?
Like, yes. Like,
Okay.
I don't know if it is the one is line, what we call line-based budgeting, and there is activity budgeting also.
Great. And it's very true. Those are the two types of budgets that we always want to be able to look at. But though today I just wanted to maybe spend some more time on just looking at the types of costs that we include in budgets and how donors are able to perceive them. That is one of the things that I wanted just to make sure that I take you through. But just before I look at that, I think let me just show you the structures that you can use for your budgets. And these ones can also become quite critical for your use. And you can also be able to capitalize on using them in some of your budgets and also in some of your works as much as possible. So what are some of these basic types of budgets that we can be able to use? So one, we have, as Charles was saying, we have what we call activity budget or by activity budget. And simply why it's called an activity budget is because it groups costs by activity. So that's one of the things that it is actually able to do. So it is able to group costs by activities. And then again, activity budgets tend to be easier to format when starting out, as it is easier to envision an activity and its needs. So activity budgets tend to be easier to format, and it's very important to be able to look at. Then again, also the other one is what we call by line item budget. So it is also important to make sure that we can be able to look at line item budget as well, and ensure that we can actually also be able to look at the line item budget as expected. So that's something that we need to make sure that we are able to know as much as possible. Then again, also another thing that also becomes important is also to be able to consider the line item budget should be able to take individual expenses that are basically underlying the activities and also regroup them into separate categories. That's what a line item budget basically works. So it's basically able to group the costs by their expenditure, and also take individual expenses that are basically underlying the activities, and regroup them into separate categories as expected. So that's what we have, and that's why we get an activity budget. So now, if you look at this activity budget, basically you can see that all the different categories of costs are basically categorized as under activities. You can see the first activity is media capacity building, and then under that we are going to be able to undertake capacity building workshops. So what do? We categorize the costs under that activity as trainer, venue, participant transportation, catering, materials, and handles. And that is what we are able to list under the activity budget, and it actually becomes very, very helpful to be able to have that. So so that's something that we can actually be able to work with, or we can be able to work with line item budget. So the line item budget basically means that expenditures are categorized by certain line item costs, such as you can see there, human resources, travel expenses, equipment and supplies expenses, other costs and services. So they are classified under those category expenses that you would ideally want to be able to have. So it's very, very important to make sure that you are able to identify that as much as possible. So it's very, very critical to make sure that you can actually be able to identify that as much as possible. Now, that's the line item budget. Now, the other thing is the costs that you need to be able to identify in the grant proposal budget. And so what are the costs that you'd ideally need to be able to so it's very, very critical, and it is important to make sure that we can always be able to look at some of those. It is always important to make sure that we can always be able to look at some of those costs, and one of the things to be able to understand is specifically to be able to understand what are some of the costs that actually need to be put in terms of the grant proposal budget, and also ensuring that we understand why the donors would actually why the donor would be so much interested in some of those costs, and maybe just to be able to see how those costs really become quite critical in the grant proposal budget. So let's just look at the first types of costs that we can actually be able to showcase in our proposal budget. So sometimes you can include what we call capital costs, and although majority of donor agencies are typically averse to paying capital expenditures as much as these costs. These costs are essential, but most of the time you'll find donors don't appreciate spending on capital costs. And why do you think the donors don't want to be able to spend a lot on capital costs? Who has an idea on why you think donors are not so much interested in paying for capital costs? Yes, Charles?
To me,
yeah,
capital cost is not directly related to the problem of the community that need to be addressed. This is a cost that relate to the organization and the running operation of the individual organization that should be there even if without implementing project. So it should be actually the organization itself to incur the cost. So they feel the money they're giving or the grant should go direct to the beneficiary, which is target in the project proposal, not going to the organization itself.
Yeah, true. And that makes a lot of sense because, as you know, most organizations nowadays, they talk about project-based funding, and they don't want to fund a lot of costs for capital expenses and administration. They want to make sure that their funds are diverted directly to project activities. And that is why the issue of capital costs will be very, very few donors that will accept to be able to fund you for capital costs. Because most donors nowadays want to minimize as much as possible on capital costs and make sure that they can actually be able to fund project activity funds. So that's one of the things that we actually find with majority of donors. They focus on the capital costs as much as possible. Now the other thing is the capital costs definitely will be able to include your computers, will be able to include your office furniture, will be able to include your vehicles, your office building, etc. So they need to be reflected in the budget as much as possible. And those are some of the things that we need to be able to look at. And so the capital costs really become critical. And again, also, it is also good to make sure that they are also in line with the total budget. Otherwise, the donor is apt to make sure that to disallow them as much as possible. Then we've got contingency costs, and contingency costs, basically, these are monies that you set aside to make sure that you cover any unforeseen expenses of the organization or the project. And mainly, what are those unforeseen expenses? If some of you can remember, in the log frame, we kept adding that. Can you remember in the log frame?
Maybe Stephen, when somebody actually doesn't come through with a fund or a grant, or they actually don't get the initial funding that they require, so now this would be a contingency cost to the organization itself.
Okay. And yeah, so it's very, very good to understand that some of those risks that we were able to include in the log frame, sometimes if they actually happen, because risks are basically uncertainties that are expected to happen. That is why we're saying that if they essentially happen, then we will be able to have need to be able to utilize contingency funds. So that's normally the funds that we normally keep, maybe to deal with the risks, because contingency expenses are required, because when the project will face contingencies where additional costs are basically had. However, most donors require an approval before a contingency budget can be utilized, and may also request the money back if no contingencies occur. So you may have a budget line for contingencies. In case no contingencies happen, then you can be able to submit back that money. And therefore, it's generally preferable to integrate these amounts directly into the budget lines if it is acceptable with the donor, because this will be able to allow some additional flexibility and leeway for the implementing organization. So this is something that really becomes quite critical to be able to consider. So it's always good if we can be able to give in some of those additional flexibilities and leeways for implementing. Now, there are certain other costs as well. There's what we call core costs. And when you talk about core costs are basically the costs that are incurred to cover the expenses of running the organization. That's what we call core costs. And most donor agencies always like to know how much money the NGO will spend on the administration and the operation of the organization. So that's something that we need to be able to understand. And some of the core costs can basically be able to include staff meetings, stationery, rent, utilities, and other maintenance expenses. And in some cases, the expenses could be the expenses for hiring receptionists or caretakers who are not directly contributing to the project can also be listed there. And it is important to make sure that you're able to have that. Then co-funding sometimes can be very difficult, as most funding is basically project-based as much as possible. However, typically, past donors and donors with a strong relationship to the NGO are more likely to be willing to cover the core costs as much as possible. And it is always good to make sure that most of these donors specifically have a strong relationship to the NGO. I would be willing to be able to cover most of these core costs as much as possible. And again, also, people sometimes forget to put monitoring and evaluation costs, and it is always good to make sure that M&E costs are also specified in the budget, because the monitoring and evaluation activities will cost money, whether through staff time or whether through purchasing M&E related software or equipment, or hiring an external evaluator to be able to evaluate your project. It will always be able to cost some money, and some budget formats will always be able to seek specific information about the costs that are proposed by the NGO for monitoring and evaluation of the project as much as possible. And again, also the operational costs, that is, operational costs will include those expenses that are needed to implement activities for a project. And it is also important to be able to consider that. And activities such as organizing a village meeting or conducting a training workshop and running an awareness campaign basically involve certain expenses. And these expenses are often listed under the operational costs in a budget. So that's something that we need to be able to look at as well. Again, also we have overhead costs. And the overhead costs, these will be expenses that are required to run the organization, and these expenses may not directly contribute towards the project implementation, but they are still essential to project success because they cover the day-to-day operation of NGOs. So it's normally good also to mention some of your overhead expenses towards the day-to-day operation of the NGO or the organization, Many donors just allow a percentage of the total budget to be added as an overhead. That is 10% of the total budget. They often place a cap on the maximum percentage that will be allowed for overhead expenses. One good practice is to include overhead as budget line in the budget, e.g. rent, utilities, accounting expenses, while still including an overhead percentage at the end of the budget as well. So it's very, very good to always show how much will be your overhead expenses or cost. Again, also some budgets, you can also include research and design costs. These are basically expenses required in a project to undertake research, assessment, consultation for intervention. And in some projects, it could be part of the initial groundwork, while in others, it could be a continuous activity. Then again, also staff cost that basically refer to the expenses towards paying salaries and consultancy fees as expected. So that's what we are able to look at as staff costs. And the staff costs basically include expenses right from the recruitment of staff, that is interview, orientation, etc., to the payment of their salaries as expected. And it is important to be able to reflect how much time a particular staff will provide for the project, and his or her salary has to be calculated accordingly. For example, the head of the organization may be able to give only 25% of his or her time to a particular project for which the funds are being requested and budgeted, and the budget also will be adjusted to make sure that we reflect this by requesting for only a 25% of his or her salary in the proposal. So it's good to make sure that we can be able to look at I think it's good to make sure that it's good to make sure that we are able to put some of those staffing costs inside of the budget. So it's very, very important to make sure that so if there are these individuals who work across projects, and then we put 25 or his or her salary in the proposal because we'll be able to contribute that in that particular project. So it's important to be able to have that. Then there's startup costs that relate to the expenses incurred by the organization in launching a project. Of course, these are launching events and new projects, activities such as office setup, staff recruitment, orientation, feasibility studies will basically be able to fall under launch-up costs. Then there is also unit costs, which is the cost of a single item or a unit. It could be per day cost of a staff member or a consultant, or the cost to acquire a computer. And there are many units that we normally use in that. Who should be able to help in developing the budget? Nazia told us they don't have a lot of people. So one of the things that we can always be able to look at the different roles to involve is like you can have your project officers, you can also be able to have service providers, just to give you specification on estimates for the materials that you're going to be able to buy, or your accountant to give you insights on physical standards for the budget, the finance officer to advise on any expenses or overheads missing, and also senior management to be able to review and approve the budget. And management can also include other administrative expenses if required, such as salaries, capital expenditures for any new expenses that we may want to be able to have. So those are some of the things that really become very, very critical for us to be able to include as well. Now, maybe just to lastly mention the final tips when you're creating a budget is first is to make sure that your budget is actually presented in the required donor format, if available. It's always good to make sure that we can stick to the donor format, if available. And then again, also, the budget should also be clearly in line with the project activities and so it's very, very important to make sure that so it's good to make sure that you can be able, it's important that you can be able to ensure that the budget is also clearly in line with the project activities. And that's why we normally encourage, if you can prepare activity-based budgets, they actually become very easy for the donor to interpret. Then again, also the budget should clearly fit into the given time frame that you have. And then again, also, if the activity is concrete and specific, then it should be very easy to be able to budget. And then again, if there is any recurring income from the project activities, then it needs to be clearly reflected in the budget section. Then again, also income, including in-kind donations or community contributions and income, other grants and amounts requested from the donor should also be included in the budget as much as possible. Again, also, if the proposed donor is only being asked to pay for part of the cost included in the entire project, then also make it clearly separate what the request is. And also the budget should also include a proper overhead rate, that is a percentage of the total, covers overheads not reflected in the budget as well. Then overhead negotiations can be a stressful topic, but organizations should accurately also explain to donors why overhead is necessary and advocate for its inclusion. Remember, as we said earlier on, most of the donors want to make sure that funding goes directly to activities. And that is why they would want to minimize all these overhead expenses as much as possible. Then the budget should be reflected in the currency of the donor. That is, a lot of donors use US dollars, or you can use UK pounds or Swiss francs, depending on which donor that you're dealing with. And if the local currency amount is used, then include the exchange rate as well. Then again, also, budgets can be so budgets sometimes can also be made on paper, on pen and paper, but Microsoft Excel is one of the best tools to be able to calculate your budgets. And of course, you bet nothing beats Excel, particularly when it comes to preparing the budgets. Then it's also good to make sure you get help from a good accountant to make sure that everything is working well. And lastly, make sure you remember to double or triple check the mathematics of your budget, because you don't want to send a budget that was wrongly calculated. That basically shows from the very beginning that you will even mismanage the funds if you cannot make correct calculations. So that's something that you should always be able to watch for as much as possible. So those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that I can emphasize on the budget, to make sure that in case we want to be able to create budgets, what are some of the tips and what are some of the costs that we really have to be very careful about when preparing the budget. And having said that, I think now in the afternoon, we can try to focus on proposal development. And I just wanted to go through the structure of the proposal and see if we can be able to come up with some brief proposal and see whether it can actually work out well for us. So having said that, any comments or questions on some of those previous sessions that we have been able to look at? We can start with Charles and then we can go to Nazi.
Yes, thank you, Steve and Naz. I think, thank you so much once again for giving us all this. And it's making us able to compare whether what we have been doing are somehow in line with what we are supposed to do, or we need to learn and incorporate a lot. Now, on budget, I need to give one example. To me, if I'm to choose this type of budget, whether activity line or activity-based or line-based budgeting, I would prefer the activity-based. But according to my experience, most donors seems to be giving their format for budgeting template, which relate more to the line budgeting. Now, for example, in line budgeting, where there is a line for M&E, and there is also a line for staffing. Are we together? Hello? Hello? Hello, Steve?
Sorry, Charles, I think we've lost him.
Yeah, he's not there. He's not there. Maybe we hold on, he's connecting. He has dropped. So what can we do? We leave it there?
We'll just have to give him a few minutes, Charles. Let's give him about 2 minutes or so.
It's okay.
Charles, let me try give him a call. Let's see what he says.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we'll give him a call.
Hi, Steve.
Hello.
Hi, we lost you.
I'm just trying to connect.
Okay, so because me and Charles
so
are just
we just conclude and then take our lunch.
Okay, no problem. Thanks,
Yeah.
Steve.
Yeah, just a moment. I'm just.
Okay, Charles, he's trying to reconnect.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Yes,
okay. So I'm sure you can hear
you
me
are
now.
back. Yeah, yeah.
I'm back.
Sorry, yeah,
And
apologies.
yeah, apologies for that. I don't know why my network is misbehaving like that. But of course, I just wanted to get your comments
Question.
and
Yes.
maybe any questions before we take our lunch break. So
Yeah. Yes, I was on the verge of putting some question. I don't know if we're still together.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I was saying, thank you so
Yeah.
much for giving us all this, because it's really making us compare what is on the ground and what is supposed to be done. So in budgeting, I was saying, much as there are two different formats, but in practice, it's like donors I've encountered tend to give that budgeting template, which is more of line-based budgeting. And I was giving a scenario here. For example, in line budgeting template, where we have a line for staffing or personnel, then somewhere we have a line for like M&E. Now, to implement this program of M&E, we need M&E officer or a personnel that goes to the staffing. But again, this person has to carry activity like traveling to the field, sometimes conduct some training, or recruit some people who will be collecting data. Now, doesn't mean we split this into staffing costs and M&E, or how do we put the whole cost of M&E together?
Okay. So sometimes I think it's always good to be able to staff it up together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it actually you actually need to be able to put it together, because it actually needs to come out clearly as something that we need to be able to look at quite clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So I think it's important to make sure that it is just reflected as part of the budget.
Yeah.
I hope that is clear, Charles.
Yeah, it's somehow clear, but now I'm still not very clear, because if there is a line for like personnel where the M&E officer will be put, but his activity will be under a different line, or for example, you need to have the total sum of M&E.
Okay. No. I think if you're referring to if you're talking about the salaries for the personnel,
yes,
then
exactly.
the M&E personnel and other personnels, their costs will go under the staffing cost. Now, what we mean under M&E, we mean what will be able to, like for you to undertake M&E, there are a lot of costs that are involved, like you need to do field visits, you need to be able to invest in certain softwares for data analysis, for data capture. So those are typically the expenses that we are putting under M&E. But if you're talking about specifically the staffing cost, then that will
Yes.
go under the staffing costs. Yeah, yeah. So even if
Okay.
there is M&E, we can put it under M&E. It will still go for the staffing costs.
All right. It's clear. It's okay.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I think that is it from my side, and maybe we hear from
Okay.
Nancy.
Yeah, Nazi.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So on your end, you're okay?
I'm okay, really, I'm fine.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry,
fine.
before
Okay.
you go up, I was also comparing the administrative costs and overhead. You know, this terminology are many. Are these the same line?
The administration
and overhead.
Administration is normally considered as sub elements of overhead costs. That's one of the ways that we also categorize it. So it's overhead is general, but now in overhead you have administration costs and you have other costs as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Overhead is bigger than the administrative cost.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we can wrap up and close.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it's good. Let's just wind up there. And can we agree we try to come back maybe by 2:25 so that we can be able to begin the next session? Eh?
Yeah, on my side, it's okay.
Okay. Nazi, is that okay?
Yes, it's completely fine. 2:25, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. See you guys at 2:25.
See you.
As we look at proposal development. Okay, welcome as well.
Nice lunch time.
Okay. See you then.
Yeah,
okay, bye. You too. Enjoy your lunch time as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, I can see.
Okay. So, so that's fine. Let me try and check with Nazia. Nazia was supposed to join us. I think that I took some time just to give her some time to arrive. I think she had stepped out of the house. So I'm not very sure she's back yet. Nazia, are you able to hear us? Okay, so it means she has not yet been back. Eh? Have you talked to her yet?
No.
Okay. And let's see, we could give her some few minutes. Maybe another 5 minutes. We see whether she managed to connect. Eh?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello,
Stephen,
Nazia.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you have arrived
Yes.
there.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience. Guys, I got caught in some unexpected jam because of the construction work going on the roads, but I'm here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome. Welcome back.
Okay, great to be able to have you back, Nazia. And this, of course, we wanted to just make sure we hold on for you because we are also now trying to review a very important part of the session where we look at the different components that make up a proposal and ideally how we should be able to develop these different parts of the proposal that are quite critical. And we'll look at most of the sections of the proposal, but then again, of course, you understand that we may be able to have different formatting of the proposal. So ideally, not everything would be able to look exactly like this, but of course, it is something that we expect that most of the proposals will basically be able to will actually be able to look at that. So, so this is something that we expect that a lot of proposals will normally be able to look at in that kind of a format. So, so let's just ensure that at least we are familiar with some of these common components of the proposal as much as possible. So, so that's something that I would want to make sure that we are very, very clear. And so let's just simply just look at some of these sections. So one of the things that we want to say is that for a proposal to be successful, it basically needs to be able to have certain sections that are complete in all respects. So it's important that we can actually be able to look at a proposal in terms of certain sections that actually need to be complete. And there may be a little bit different requirements of the donor, and maybe proposals may actually be able to differ greatly in terms of what a specific donor may actually want. But I think it is good to be able to note some of those common components. And the other thing that we ideally also understand is that most donor agencies will always be able to provide you with a general format, and you will always be required to make sure that you are able to provide with, you're able to have a general format or a general outline of the various components of the project proposal. And it is important to make sure that we are able to have most of those components actually prepared well. And basically, that's what we basically want to be able to look at. Just look at what are some of these important components of the project proposal that we should be able to have in our proposal. Those are some of the things that we will definitely need to be able to look at. so that we can look at some of these critically important components of the project proposal that we should always be able to have in our proposal. So that's something that we need to be able to understand and to be able to work with as much as possible. Now, these are the crucial components of a proposal. And if you look at that list, it has most of the critical things that we have been trying to discuss in terms of how do you state your problem, how do you do your project description in terms of the goals, objectives, project strategy. And we spoke about project strategy in terms of the key approaches and the key activities. And then again, we also spoke about project results in terms of outputs, outcomes, and impact. And then again, also, how are you going to be able to do your project management? How are you going to have your timeline or your work plan? How are you going to be able to undertake your monitoring and evaluation? What are your risks and assumptions for the project? And then again, also sustainability, communication in the project, and also present your budget, then put the organizational profile, and then again also just put the log frame for more details about the project results. So this ideally should always be maybe the commonest components that we always find. And I don't know whether you have been using this format or you have been trying to use a different format. Maybe what is your experience? Are there some common components here that you have not been using before? Maybe you can start with Nadia and then Charles.
Okay, for me, Steve, most of the components are quite similar, even if you just go Google how to write a proposal. But I think for me, log frame, that's something I've not actually
thought about including.
Yeah, risk and assumptions and communication and log frame. Those are three things that I can see that stand out that personally I've not written. No.
Okay, what about key approaches? Because I know most people write key activities, but not key approaches.
Oh yeah, there's also, key approaches also. No, I haven't written that either.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so those are some of the things that just become important to make sure that we are able to include in our projects, and it's quite critical to make sure that we are able to achieve that. Then the other thing is also maybe just also to hear Charles, from your experience. Are there some of the things that you've actually not been including?
Yeah, I think it may only be the terminology, because it looks like most of the component we have been putting, except that now I'm seeing like there is strategy, there is key approach, which now if you come to elaborate, you may give us some detail about this. Like approach, I cannot differentiate right now well between approach and to me it looks like the same. Then the other thing I need to also know, and you say more thing about, is about the problem statement. There are many terminology used. We have background statement, background analysis, need analysis, and then there's this problem statement. I don't know which one goes well, or these are just terminology for different donors, because they keep coming. When you see one format, you find the terminology up here is different. One may be talking of background and rationale. Then somewhere they talk about the needs. Then there is this context also. So just around there. The rest, I think maybe, no, it's just okay with me. Yeah. It's okay.
Um,
Just some slight different there.
okay. So I think it's good to make sure that we are able to see that quite clearly, and ensure that we can actually be able to work with that, because this is the most common that you will always be able to find in most applications. They will always be able to use most of these common some of these common components, and that's what I wanted us to be able. I just wanted to be able to take you through so that you can see what we are going to be able to have. Now, of course, when you go to the cover page, then of course you will have your project title, which is the name of your proposal, and when written appropriately, it also stands out and draws attention to your proposal. And the project title should be able to reflect the focus of your proposal. By just having a look at it, which simply means it should be clear and explicit. And then many agencies definitely just write proposal and health submitted to XYZ agency, which is a very wrong practice, as this title lacks creativity and fails to create an impression or reflect the proposal is all about. So sometimes just get creative in terms of how you put your title to make sure that it can attract attention, that people can be able to see exactly what you're trying to communicate, and get an understanding of that as well. Then from there, you can be able to head to the cover page, and in the cover page is sometimes referred to as the title page, and as the name indicates, it's the first page that basically introduces the document to the reader. And this title page basically provides the reader with basic information regarding the content of the document, in this case, the proposal. And the cover page should actually be able to capture the essence of the project proposal, and should immediately be able to catch the attention of the reader. So it's very important to make sure that we can be able to use that. There are templates on Microsoft Word or other applications that can actually be used for designing the proposal cover pages. And then again, also you can also design your cover page as per your own requirements, depending on how you'd want it to be able to look like. So that's something that you can also be able to do. Now, the other thing is also in terms of the table of contents. Of course, it's always good to make sure that we have a table of contents that normally comes after the cover page, and provides the reader with an organized list of the various sections and subsections of the proposal, so that the reader can actually be able to see how you have been able to organize the proposal, and they can be able to move to the sections that are most relevant to them. And you can always be able to create and write a table of contents manually on your computer, or basically using a word processing tool. Becomes very easy to be able to do that. So that's something that you can always be able to do. So those are just preliminary pages. Again, also we have some preliminary pages that like the list of abbreviations. And here we normally keep a list of all the abbreviations that we have actually been able to use in the proposal. And the main purpose of this is to make sure the reader understands the abbreviations as per the context of the proposal. So that also becomes important. Now, in the executive summary, a lot of people fail to understand the executive summary because it's normally requested that it's very summarized, but people don't understand the importance of the executive summary. It is considered one of the most valuable and important part of the proposal, because the primary purpose of it is to create interest about your proposal and help in convincing the donor that your proposal needs funds. In simple terms, it helps sell your project, because here you summarize your project, and this will include major details or key details of the report, and experts are able to suggest that it is important to write the executive summary, because it is often the only portion of your proposal that is actually read. So it's very, very important that we can actually be able to look at the executive summary, because sometimes people don't have time to read your entire proposal, and so they will actually be able to read your executive summary. And basically just use the executive summary to interpret what the project is all about. But just to make sure that you have a very sufficient understanding of the executive summary, it is important to make sure that you are able to address certain key questions, and some of those key questions that you will need to make sure that you are able to address. Some of the things that you need to make sure that you are able to look at is, for instance, one of the critical things that we might want to basically address is why is the project important? That is one of the critical questions that you may want to be able to address. And then again, also, we might also want to be able to address and talk about what is the problem that you are also trying to address. That also becomes a critical component to be able to consider. Then again, also, how do you intend to resolve the problem should also be addressed. Then what is the total budget and the duration of the proposed project? That also needs to come out clearly. And then again, what expertise does the organization provide? And it is also important to make sure that we are able to understand that. And of course, the other thing is also to be able to look at what grant amount is actually being requested here. So sometimes it becomes very, very important to make sure that we can always be able to look at the grant amount that is actually being requested at that particular point. So it's important to make sure that we can be able to understand that quite clearly. Now, the other thing that also becomes important as something to be able to look at is also the issue of problem statement. And the issue of problem statement is also important in the sense that this is one of the important sections of the proposal, as it is also able to present an argument about why your project needs funding. And again, also, it is able to describe the issues and the problems that a particular community faces and how your organization would actually address the given problem. So it's important to make sure that we are able to present an argument of why your project requires funding, and also describe the issues and the problems that a particular community faces and how the organization will actually be able to address the given problem. And again, also the primary purpose of this section of the proposal is also to convince the donor that the project is important and that the problem that you intend to solve is also real. So it's very, very important to capture this very, very well. At the same time, it should also be able to make the donor hopeful that his support will help addressing the problem and the practical solutions actually exist to reduce the issue. And the problem statement, we always say, should be able to always answer the 5 W's, that is the who, the what, the where, the when, and the why. So one of the best ways that proposal evaluators try to see whether you're, because a problem statement is a critical one, it's a critical section. And one of the ways we are able to evaluate whether that section has been addressed well is basically looking at the who, the what, the where, the when, and the why. So that really becomes quite important to be able to look at. And so looking at who, what, where, when, and why becomes important because you're looking at what is the problem that you actually intend to be able to solve, and also what is the impact that is creating, and what will happen if the problem remains unsolved. And then again, also you're also trying to look at who are the people or the communities that the problem basically affects, and also when did the problem or the issue become so critical, and where is the issue. So you need to be able to point exactly and talk about where the issue is actually occurring, and then again also why it is important to be able to fix the problem. So in your proposal applications, have you guys been addressing these 5 W's, or you are just feeling this the best way you can?
Yeah, like from my side, I don't think I've been flowing in this order.
Okay.
Just as you said, I think we're just putting, mainly from my side, I mainly write problem, like need that we find on the ground and perhaps how we intend to address, but not following this kind of logic. I don't think I've been doing that. That's why I was saying I'm not a bit clear between this problem, the background, and I cannot put it well, but I think it's giving sense here.
Yeah, it's making a lot of sense, eh?
Yeah, it's making sense.
Yeah, because the moment you're able to address the 5 W's, where first of all, you need to identify what is the problem that you want to be able to solve, what impact has that problem has, what will happen if the problem remains unsolved. Then the next thing, who are the people who are affected by this problem? Then the next thing, when has this problem become so critical? And then where is this problem actually occurring? And why is it important that we fix this problem? If you address that, that is a very effective problem statement. Okay. Nazia, what have you been doing, Nazia?
Okay, so yes, again, the thing is, Stephen, when you Google how to write proposals, it literally gives you this information. But following today's log frame, I think for us guys, as much as we've tried to answer the 5 W's, I think we need to get more specific. So not throw about so many flowery terms, but actually use the right terminology to answer these questions directly.
Yeah. So, and that's what we're saying, that when you're making your discussion, then these questions need to be well addressed. Eh?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's very, very important that we are able to pay attention to some of these critical questions as much as possible. And the best thing is to make sure that we can always be able to address them. Now, let me just look at another section, which is just basically dealing with the project description, which basically here carries the main narrative for your project and also provides the reader with all the necessary information for the project. And this section of the proposal should be able to have some important elements of the proposal and also describe the project goal, the project objectives, the methodology, the impacts to the reader. And it therefore becomes quite important to make sure that we are able to include that as much as possible. So some of the subsections of project description is, of course, you have to tell us what is the goal that the project is actually driving towards. So goal is important to address, which is simply your broad statement that basically defines what you plan to do in a project. And the goal basically defines the purpose of the proposal by giving an idea to the reader of what the problem, what problem your organization intends to address. And as the goal of the proposal shows the reader your intention towards solving a particular problem, it should also be linked with the problem statement. And always remember that the goal cannot be achieved during the course of the project, and its primary purpose is to be able to provide direction to the project team. So it's always good to make sure that you can state your goal. Again, also you can be able to state your objective, because once you have a very logically and well-reasoned goal, then you can be able to frame some 3 or 4 objectives that would actually be able to help you in achieving your particular goal. Then the objectives are basically detailed statements that basically describe the ways through which you intend to achieve the goal. And while designing the objectives, always be very, very specific, because this will be able to help you in writing the indicators and activities that you will be able to have. So it's important to make sure that we can always look at some of those objectives. And of course, there are differences between the goals and objectives. Of course, goals are broad statements, and we always refer to the goal as impact. That is the long-term result that needs to be achieved. So it's a very broad result that need to be achieved. And our objectives are basically detailed statements. The goal is abstract, but the objectives are specific and very, very concrete. The goal sometimes is intangible, but objectives have to be tangible. The goals sometimes can be difficult to measure, but the objectives are easily measurable. Normally, people put one goal in a proposal, but you realize that the objectives might be 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, depending on what the project basically wants to be able to achieve. So those differences therefore become quite important. And of course, the goal is basically accomplished by the objectives, whereas the objectives is actually accomplished when the activities are implemented. So that's one of the ways to try and be able to define those differences quite clearly. So it's important to make sure that we can actually be able to define them as clearly as possible. So it's important to make sure that we can actually be able to look at those differences as much as possible, and ensure that we can actually be able to understand them as much as possible. So it's good to make sure that we are able to understand that, and it is important to make sure that we are able to understand that clearly, and so it's very, very important to make sure that we are able to differentiate that. But I don't think we have a big problem differentiating between the goals and objectives. Maybe this is the area we might need to be able to focus on, though we were able to differentiate this earlier on, where a proposal is required for you to indicate the strategy. And this basically means that the project will basically be able to use a combination of methods or strategies to make sure that it is actually able to attain the goals and the objectives. And what do we mean with the project approach? Our methodology for project management refers to the way in which the management of the project will actually be carried out. And it is important for the project design team to be able to have a proper set of approaches that will be able to be very, very helpful in carrying out the project in an efficient and in an effective manner. And some of the examples of the project approach or methodology are simply capacity building, awareness raising, organizational development, research and development, and also advocacy. So those are some of the approaches that we can actually be able to use. And it's very, very important to make sure that you can be able to look at some of these approaches and activities. So it's quite important to make sure that we can actually be able to do these approaches or activities, and the approaches and activities really become quite important to be able to look at. And the other thing is also the issue of staffing and administration. So it is important to also look at staffing and administration. And this is basically the section that talks about the project management aspects, and also mentioning the implementation staff, the implementation schedule, and any other related staff that we need to be able to utilize in the project. The other thing is also the project results, which I think so far we have really discussed the results levels in the logical framework. So I don't think there's anybody who has a challenge in terms of being able to come up with results, but it should be very easy to explain the results that will need to be achieved by the projects. And as usual, we divide the results into the 3 areas. Remember, we said the outputs are the immediate results obtained after implementing an activity, that is the number of hand pumps installed, whereas the outcomes are basically the midterm results, which are not observed immediately, but are felt after some time. And then also, for example, improvement in water availability. whereas also impact is usually a long-term result that is not usually achieved during the life cycle of the project. For example, the issue of reduced water stress in the village is something that can be achieved for a long while. So it's important that we are able to note that as much as possible. So it's very, very important to make sure that we can be able to look at that so that we can always be able to see some of the things that we need to be able to work with, and it is one of the things that we are able to look at and ensure that we can always be able to look at the impact, which is usually the long-term result, and is usually not achieved within the life cycle of the project. So I think for project results, we do not have a lot of problems when it comes to feeling that. I don't think most of us are struggling with the results, but I believe these are things that we are able to work with very, very well, and ensure that we are able to look at some of these things very, very important. So yes, so let me just be able to now move to the next part, which is the work plan or the project timeline. And here, most of the times, the project timeline will indicate the activities and the processes that will be carried out during the project duration. And the primary purpose of this timeline is to help the project staff carry out the various activities in a smoothly manner. And a detailed work plan or time plan basically indicates that the project has planned the project in a realistic and a practical manner. And we are able to realize that most organizations will actually be able to use the Gantt chart to summarize their project work plan or timeline. So it's very, very important to make sure that we are able to look at that. Now, the other thing is monitoring and evaluation. And this section basically discusses the proposed mechanisms and the procedures for monitoring the project activities so that one can ensure that all activities occur as planned. And it is always good to make sure that we have a well-defined plan to monitor project activities and also to evaluate the success of the project because monitoring allows the project team to be able to keep a check on the progress, while the evaluation helps the team to appraise data and also to improve project implementation in the future. And monitoring and evaluation basically refers to the different processes that are closely tied together and therefore used in the same sentence most of the time. However, it is important to make a distinction between the two in order to clearly understand the terms. And it becomes important to make sure that we can actually be able to define monitoring and evaluation. And I think at this point, I just want to emphasize this particular section, particularly for Nazia, who was a bit new to monitoring and evaluation. I think it's always good to make sure that this section is actually well pre-filled, and maybe I will be able to ask Nazia, can you read for us that table? Like you can read for us the first difference on monitoring and then read the second difference so that this can actually come out clear to all of us.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So monitoring refers to the measuring and documenting of progress, achievements, and results throughout the project. But evaluation is the second step in the approach, where the data collected during the monitoring process is analyzed and evaluated in order to determine if a project's goals or aim was achieved or not. Steve, you want me to continue?
Yes.
Okay, the second difference is monitoring is an ongoing process throughout the project duration. Evaluation is carried out at the end of the project. And finally, monitoring is used for monitoring the progress of a project, and evaluation is used to assess if the project has successfully achieved the project objectives or not.
Yeah. So those are very, very clear differences that we're able to use monitoring to measure and document progress, achievements, and results throughout the project, whereas evaluation is normally where the data is collected during the monitoring process, is analyzed and evaluated in order to determine if the project goals or objectives were actually achieved or not, whereas monitoring is a continuing function. Most of the times evaluation is carried out at the end or at the middle period of the implementation process. And again, also monitoring is also used for monitoring the progress of the project. And again, also monitoring also is used to assess if the project has been successfully achieved through its project objectives as expected. So that's something that we need to be able to recognize as much as possible. So it's very, very important to make sure that we can always be able to understand that and ensure that we are able to work with that quite clearly. So it's important that we can actually be able to understand that, and it's important to ensure that we can be able to look at that specifically as much as possible. So it's a very, very critical definition that we need to be able to understand to make sure that we can always be able to work with either monitoring or evaluation as expected. So they are critical. So it's always good to be able to show how you intend to take your monitoring and evaluation. And then after that is discuss your risks and assumptions, which is basically the section of the proposal that describes the external factors that may impact the success of the project, identify the risks and assumptions that will be very, very helpful in terms of a stronger proposal, but also show the donor that you have a good understanding of the external or internal factors. And also thoroughly analyzing this, you will actually be in a very better position to mitigate the risk and also to reduce the chances of project failing. Along with describing the risks and assumptions, it is also important for you to describe the mitigation strategies that you will be able to use to deal with the external factors. And again, also making sure that you also look at the issue of sustainability, which is important to show how you will sustain the impact of the project, and with suitable linkages with the community, with the government department and relevant stakeholders. And it is always good to make sure that you spell out sustainability measures in the project so that the donor can be convinced that the project will sustain itself even after the funding ends. And I think that's quite good to be able to indicate. Then the other thing that becomes important is simply just to be able to look at and I think it's very, very important to make sure that we can actually be able to look at how to reveal that sustainability in your project proposal quite clearly. Then the other thing is also communication. Remember, communication is another important aspect of the project. And so it is important to make sure that you have a communication plan that will be used to disseminate the project results, the key project learnings, and the proposal should therefore mention how you will ensure that the project results are shared with the relevant stakeholders and also with the relevant target groups. And here you will be able to mention about the various communication products that are produced during the course of the project. And so it's important to make sure that we are able to address that as much as possible. Then, of course, guys, we spoke about the budget. I remember we spoke about the budget, and say the budget is a very important financial plan that we are able to undertake for a defined period, normally 1 year, and it may also include some planned sales volumes, revenues, resource quantities, costs, expenses, assets, liabilities, and cash flows. And your budget should actually be divided into categories such as salaries, fringe benefits, travel, supplies, equipment, and the budget is a tool that is actually used to ensure that we plan and control financial resources in a justified manner, and the budget will always present the organization objectives and the strategy that management intends to be able to attain those objectives. And so in a project proposal, the budget basically gives a clear picture of all the expenses that will be incurred during the course of the project as expected. So it's very, very good to make sure that you are able to come up with the budget. Then the other thing is also the organizational profile, where the organizational profile is also that critical document that tells you about the organization, where it has come from, where it is heading to, who will be guiding it, and who are impacted by its actions. And that is also a critical thing to include. Same thing, the logical framework, which we discussed at length, that we need to also ensure that we can have, we can also have the logical framework matrix also done there, that comprises of the 16 cells in a 4x4 column and 4x4 matrix, and that also becomes quite critical to make sure that we are able to include as much as possible. Then the other thing is also the annexure, which basically now here we put any additional documents, reports that should actually be submitted as an appendix and should be part of the main body of the proposal. So it's very, very important to make sure that we are able to look at some of those things as much as much as we can. So it's good to make sure that we can actually be able to do some of those things and ensure that we will be able to ensure that any critical aspects or components of the proposal is actually put in place as much as possible. So those are the critical components that we will always be able to have. And again, also, I wanted to see if I can show you just a sample proposal that basically follows that format. But just before I do that, maybe let me check. Is there any of the components that you actually feel is not very, very clear? Charles, you want to start?
No, mine, I think I'm okay. From the explanation, everything is clear to me.
Everything is quite clear.
It is quite clear, yeah.
Okay. What about Nazia?
Yep, same here, Stephen, it's quite clear.
Okay, that's fine then. So let me just quickly show you a sample proposal. Then for today's activity, I wanted us to be able to work it offline. So I wanted to just show you the structure of how you might need to be able to work it out. And then you can work it out offline, because I wanted you to make sure that you're able to log in for the webinar by 4 p.m. So that you can be able to participate in that webinar as well. So what I will be able to do is to make sure that I am able to let you know what I would expect for tomorrow, so that we can review it. But just before we do that, let me show you the sample proposal here that basically follows that particular format. And I think for you to appreciate what we are essentially talking about. So this is a good sample that basically follows that particular format. You can see this is an initiative to improve education in the slums of Delhi. And you can see the description. Let me see. So let me just see. So you can see the problem statement showing how the problem has been, how the issue has stated clearly the project. Yeah, so if you look at that, you will be able to see how we basically have that. So there is the proposed activities, and then again, we have the activities, then expected outcomes. Then we have the project staff that will be critical for this project. Then what are the risks that are there and what will be the risk management plan? Then the monitoring and evaluation, how will monitoring and evaluation be done? Sustainability of the project, how will it be done? And then organizational details, and then contact details are then given at the end there. So I'll send you this together with the presentation for you guys to be able to look at that, so that we can be able to look at that, so that once we are able to basically just work on that, then I wanted to make sure that we can actually be able to focus on development of the proposal. And simply what I wanted you to focus on, I just wanted you to do some very brief description. You see from component number 6, if we can be able to do from component number 6, that is from problem statement. Of course, we already have the log frame for what we prepared. So up to the budget there. If we can just be able to break down some few statements, maybe just a single paragraph on each of these components, then we can be able to review that tomorrow morning. I think that would be good, just to see how you're capturing these components based on the log frame that we were able to look at today. So I wanted you to do that.
Stephen?
Yes?
Sorry, from problem statement till budget, not the organizational profile.
Yeah, no
So
need to
from
do the
number 6 to
organizational
number
profile
8.
because, up to number 8, number 6 up to number 8.
Okay, okay, so.
Yeah, so we can just do a brief about that, and then tomorrow when we start in the morning, we start by reviewing that what you'll have prepared by that time. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, Stephen, no problem. As long as you've said it's short, it should be fine.
Yeah, very short, very short, because
so Stephen, just coming away from this now, ideally, how long does it take you to write a proposal? Hello, Stephen?
Stephen, is he there?
I don't know, I can't tell.
He's there, he's there.
Okay, let me just wait for him to say hello.
He's there, yeah. We'll say hello now. But to me, Nancy, hello?
Yeah, are you able to hear me now?
Oh, there we go. Hi, Steve.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So I was asking you, how long does it take you personally to write a proposal?
Okay, most likely this is something that I can prepare maybe in a day or two.
Wow.
That should be fine to just work out a fully fledged proposal.
Wow, us guys, it's taking, for the past proposals we've written, we take about 2 weeks.
You need to improve your speed. Yeah,
so I can write it in about 2 to 3 days. Okay, say about 2 days, but then I have to have my founder go through it, and then
of course.
So by the time
people,
so by the time they give me back their feedback, I've noticed it takes us about 2 weeks to write one proposal, which I don't think is very good, right?
Yeah, we need to improve the flow, but you can if it's something that has to be circulated, I think maybe where we need to the organization needs to come to is a point where you can easily can give you the free will to work on the proposals and just to submit them without having to go through a lot of reviews, because that would always consume time.
Yes, that's true. Thanks, Stephen. Hopefully now after this course, they'll trust me enough to be able to handle the proposals myself. So
Yes,
hopefully
yes.
that should save us some time.
Yeah, please go and demonstrate that, and
Yeah.
make sure they can fully entrust you with that.
Okay, Steve, sorry,
Yeah.
one last thing before we go. Now, the executive summary,
Yeah.
what if you put it in a table format? Is that okay?
It's not expected to be like that, because
Yeah.
in proposals we minimize the use of the tables unless where it is necessary.
Oh, okay. But it's okay
Yeah.
to use bullet points.
No. In fact, even the executive summary, they don't allow bullet points. They just allow you to be able to communicate in prose. They call it writing in prose. That
Yes,
means
yeah.
paragraphs. Yeah.
Okay, so no problem. But within the proposal, when we're writing, we can use the tables and the bullet points.
Yeah.
Okay, so Steve, thanks.
Okay. So I think let's end there, so that I give you give you time to jump into the other session. And unless Charles, you have something to say?
Not really. I think I'm okay.
Okay.
It's just okay.
Okay. So thanks a lot, and let's remember to work on that brief proposal from number 6 to number 8, those components, and let's review that tomorrow, and we'll be able to look at that as well. So for now, I think let's end there, and we'll be meeting again tomorrow at 8:30. Is that okay?
Yes, and Steve,
okay.
you'll share with us the PowerPoints for today, right?
Yes, definitely. I'll share the
Yes,
PowerPoints and also the sample proposal.
Yes, thank you. That would be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And tomorrow
Hello.
the link should be working at 8:30, right?
Hello.
Yeah, should be
Hello.
working at 8:30. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Hello.
thanks. Yes?
Okay.
Hello.
Somebody?
Yes.
Hello, Stephen. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Nasia and Okwera.
Good evening,
Good
sir.
evening.
Welcome.
How are you doing?
We are doing well.
We're
It's
good,
Nikron.
thank you.
Yes.
The link will be working tomorrow. I have set the meeting to be recurring.
Okay,
So
thank you.
tomorrow at 8:30 it will be up.
Okay.
Also,
Thank you.
I've shared a link for the upcoming
Yes.
webinar. We are having the
Okay.
next 10 minutes. So if you
Okay,
can
sound.
register on that link so that you can receive the training link.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
welcome.
you. You're welcome.
Okay. Bye, guys. I think
Okay.
we'll be able to
Bye.
meet again.
Yeah.
Bye,
Okay.
bye.
Bye,
Thank you.
Steve. Have a good evening.
Okay.
Nice time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Hey, bye.